Well, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Creative Quarantine Springfield. We are on our 12th day. The 12th day, y'all. Artists have been in the studios working and cranking and creating great things. A lot of the works now are just beginning to be photographed so that we can share them with you. Lots of plans down the road for you to be able to participate in purchasing those pieces and acquiring them for your personal collection. And we'll be working on that soon. I don't know if my partner in crime, we're going to plan out at least one or two sales between now and the end of the quarantine. Right now, because the artists are in day 12, they're in their second week of production. So we're going to try to wait to see the week to start getting a few pieces created and completed. And so far, it's been magical. I've gotten some wonderful things in the mail today. So where's my partner at? She must be on. What happening, lady? How are you?
In the mail.
How you? Oh, you got stuff in the mail? You ain't left out. Why you always feel left out? We got to do something with that.
I know. I don't want to feel left out. I want to feel a part.
You are a part of everything, woman. You're the central focus of all of it.
We got a couple of people on the line.
You know what? Sometimes you got to take the time out and give a proper thank you. Sometimes, when you're in the clinches and you're in the trenches and you're throwing punches, you don't have time to recognize some of your people. So I'm going to dedicate this whole day to my partner in crime, Miss Louise Cutler, because see, not only is she teching this show, teching means she's got to make sure this thing doesn't go black on screen. Okay. She has a very, very important job, and she does it well. In addition to keeping all of the stirring the pot where the pot needs to be stirred, but she's also cranking out work, y'all. So I'm going to dedicate the whole day to my partner in crime. So what you got on your mind today before we get started?
Well, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the collaborations. Okay. I'm sure people don't quite understand what the collaboration is and how it works. So I kind of want to dive into that a little bit, just to kind of talk a little bit about how they work, because I know some of it is you're sending them to do the work, and then some of it is they're doing the work and then sending it back to the other artists to do more work. So kind of expound upon that a little bit.
Okay, for those of you that don't understand a collaboration, and I might as well bring it down because a lot of folks are not familiar with it. The African American art market has been responsible for many collaborations. Mm-hmm. Artists are not really known for working together on a piece. Mm-hmm. You know, musicians do, a lot of other disciplines do it, but artists haven't done it. And the funny thing about it is collaborations, I feel, really began when back in the 90s, there was two twins, Jerry and Terry Lynn. Mm-hmm. And they used to work for Keith Golden and E&S Gallery. And the two of them would show up with a big canvas, 4 by 5 feet. And the twins would paint a picture by themselves. And so I think the collaboration, I have to attribute that to the twins, because nobody was even thinking about working on the same piece of material until the twins came out. And when they first came out, they came out strong as twins. Mm-hmm. Now they kind of have pulled away from that and are doing their own individual art careers. So this is what normally happens. An artist will start a piece, mm-hmm. pass it off, and another artist will work on the piece. No input, no control, no, hey, I want you to do this. You get something in the mail, okay? So it works a couple of different ways. Some people are good starters, some people are good finishers, some people don't know which one they are, okay? In the case of me and my buddy Charles Bibbs, we've probably done the most collaborations. We're very spontaneous. We actually draw similarly. So we conceptualize similarly, so we can do it on the fly. Charles is he's known as the Remark King. A remark is a small original drawing done on the bottom of a print. And he really masterminded marketing remarks in the 80s and 90s. So this man can take a pencil out, and while you're looking at him, he can blink out, boom, you got a drawing in like a couple minutes, okay? So you put two of us together on one piece of paper, and you're bound to see some excitement happen. So with that being said, many artists along the way have done major collaborations where they've been reproduced, massively distributed. And so we're bringing that concept and have always made that a part of the creative quarantine, if time allows, because I've been in some quarantines where we just didn't have time to do it. We were so in our own world and in our own grind, we didn't have time to do it. So I think the artists, because we have at least 2 artists that have done a quarantine before, that's why you see them staring around faster, because they realize you need to get them in the hands of people early enough to kind of work it to their psyche while they're doing this process. So there is no rule except for both artists will work on it. Now, LaShawn has been working diligently the first week on preparing them. And as a matter of fact,
let's see what you got. What did LaShawn send you?
In the mail from LaShawn.
Oh,
I got one charger. I don't know what I'm going to do. He didn't leave me much space, but we're going to do something. That looks finished. I might have to just go ahead and add it to my collection.
That's what I said. I hope he sent me something to look finished.
Then he sent me this one.
Oh, that is really pretty. Yeah. Those just look finished.
2 nice chargers. I also got a slew of flowers. I got
okay.
In the mail.
Nice.
I got this in the mail. He really wants me to paint.
Yeah.
I got this in the mail.
Oh, that's nice.
I got another one similar to that in the mail.
Oh, wow. You got all kinds of stuff.
Well, you know, me and LaShawn have done quite a few things together, so he knows what's possible.
Oh, nice.
So I got my stack from him. I also got a piece from Deborah Shedrick today.
Oh, let's see which one you got from Deborah.
See, I've already put it on the drawing table. She gave me something that's nice and textured.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that.
I'm going to work her figure on one half and then send it back to her.
I like that.
So I already started sketching on that. So that's how the collaborations work. Hopefully I answered your question.
Right. Well, you did, and I like the whole thing, because I do remember when Deborah was like, "Well, I'm going to send it to you," and send it when she was working on your pieces and sending it back. And now, when you do the collaborations, who keeps the collaborations?
Very good question. Normally, the person that renders the paper, it belongs to them. but we've even made other rules. If we do a collaboration, we normally always do a minimal of 2.
Okay.
And so if we create 10 of them, we'll both take 5.
Okay.
And so we got to bend and twist on that a little bit. Sometimes, like I've had one major collaboration stolen from me, from Charles Bibbs. We did a piece together that we published called Lady Locks. And to this day, Lady Locks is on his wall frame with a big old 6-inch frame and a big old mat. And, you know, he's my boy, so I can't fuss at him.
All right. So the person that sends the paper original ends up, they get it back after.
They get it back, but that's not a rule, because sometimes it might have to go back and forth a few times if it's not resolved.
Exactly.
And so the rule is, when you think you're done, you sign it. In LaShawn's case, they all signed already, so all I gotta do is squeeze something in on one side, and I might send it back to him.
Send those back to him.
I'll probably send him pictures of them, since we're in different states, and get his thumbs up or thumbs down, and then photograph him. So we'll take before and after shots of most of the collaborations. I'm hoping the other artists will too. Okay.
I want to show you something. I found this. Hold on. And I wanted to, this was a piece I did a while ago, but I thought it would make a nice collaboration piece. You know, I start digging through stuff. Look at that.
Oh yeah, that's a nice. You know who you should send that to?
I already know who you're gonna say.
Deborah Shedrick.
I know. That's exactly what I thought.
She'd be perfect.
I thought of sending this to Deborah.
Fantastic. That's a nice piece for her.
Yeah, and then I was like, what? I have some other pieces like this. And so, because I really love it, because when I did this a while ago, and it was called Sisterhood. But she was the person that I thought about when I pulled that out, was Deborah, because I love what she does.
Yeah, so that's a good matchup. And so that's another thing too, is figuring out a matchup, because all artists are not a good fit. I'm going to purge my soul here. I have a piece that was given to me by the great Cynthia St. James. 1996 is the date on that piece. Do you know that piece is still sitting in the corner over here?
Oh.
I just could not figure out what to do with it. It was so perfect, and it's got primary colors, and her lines are so clean. And I was just like, oh, what?
Well, because her colors are, it's like, how do you make that? Yeah,
heavy primary, no texture, no. So,
and she's kind of geometric.
Very geometric.
Right,
so Come on Tougher, but her and Charles Bibbs make a good match. They blend it out. I think Charles just adorns what she does. So that's what a collaboration is, and I think you'll see more of that happening as this progresses.
I think our regular people are all in the house.
They look like they're ready to roll.
Oh, so they're making all kind of comments. We better post something up. They're making all kind of. We got Queen Mother in the house. Hey, Queen. We got Carol. Do I say her name right?
I'm not even sure if you're saying it right, because I'm not gonna say it wrong.
She gonna have to send us a voice thing. All right, Miss Johnson's in the house.
How you doing, Miss Johnson?
Miss Johnson's in the house, mixing it up. What did Queen Mother say? That was sweet, Poncho. Oh, she said we compliment each other.
We do. We got a good little yin and yang thing happening.
Oh, Linda think me sending that to Deborah is a good idea.
Excellent idea. Yeah, I would love to see what she would do, and she would take that on as a challenge. So on this, before we close off that subject of collaborations, I did air a little early in the week a little short snippet of some collaborations that me and LaShawn Beal has done in the past.
Oh, so right.
I'll show that right now. And so me and LaShawn are planning to extend that series you just saw. It's mostly pencil drawings. I also sent some paper to you to
Oh, I
do
know.
some pencil
I'm waiting
drawings.
forward for. I woke up this morning. Karen and I have talked quite a bit this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up this morning and I had this because yesterday I broke out my palette knife. I'm being Deborah.
I broke out my palette knife
Oh, look
too.
at you! Look at you! That is fabulous.
I
I
broke
remember
out
you
my
told me
palette
about that.
knife.
I really love that. That's acrylic.
This is my paint shirt, so I just painted it some
Okay, I'm
more.
gonna do my paint shirt too.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
got
it's
this
gonna look
stripe
that
across
gorgeous
my
though.
belly where my drawing table is. So I get most of my paint on my shirt right in here. So I figure, why don't I just paint the whole thing?
No, I love that. I love that. I love the way that happened. So, I did my Deborah yesterday, and I woke up this morning with the whole LaShawn flavor. So I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out a little a little thing, and later on today, I'm gonna LaShawn.
That's good. That's good. Well, we're gonna get this party started and on the way. I got what am I gonna show you first? Well, here we go. We're just gonna do it.
Oh, that's not the one. Let me take me down. Go again.
Day, I forget what day we on. Day 12, is it? Yeah, I'm in the office, a little studio, a little early today. Decided to take a little small step away from the table for a little bit. Did some painting yesterday. Got my first collaboration package in from Deborah Shudrick today. And I also got a collaboration package from LaShawn Beal today. So more than likely, I'm going to work on a couple of those before I get finished today. But sometimes I get into my emails and doing all my mail stuff and seeing what's happening. And I'm clicking around right now trying to get the broadcast ready for tonight. Sometimes I have to test things out to see how they're working. I just did a time lapse of me yesterday all day, which I'm now looking at to see how that looks on screen. It's a lot of behind the scenes stuff happening, and I'm being fast tracked to learn video editing, streaming, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So my background is in graphic design. I do a lot of stuff with the computer, but there's certain things I haven't ventured into with the computer. So the quarantine is helping me kind of delve deeper into that kind of stuff. It's just one of those kind of things where, it's always room to learn. Today I'm gonna work a little bit on the computer just to unwind a little bit, take a little break, sit down for a second, gather my thoughts. I find that working on the computer sometimes can help me kind of redirect my energies for a minute so I can redirect it back in. But other than that, it's day 12. I think we're moving along great. The artists are falling in. I've sent a couple of packages to each one of the artists. I still got a few artists I want to reach to do collaborations. The group is trying their best to raise connectivity a little more than what we have. So we're trying to schedule some Zoom meetings so that we can all kind of be on the same page. I'm a more or less be a listener at that particular point, because I already have it kind of in my mind how I see things developing. Other than that, that's pretty much where I am. No heavy thoughts today. Most of the heavy thoughts I got, I've kind of dealt with already. I'm just at this point now trying to pick up my pace a little bit. My energy level might be a little weird today, but other than that, I'm holding up pretty good. So I guess I'm going to go and do a little bit of computer work, and then that's going to be my presentation to you today. Sometimes when I get in here, days are kind of tough because you get a little bogged down in your process. So every now and then I like to come in here and just mess around on the computer. I'm working on this piece here. I love the whole notion of creating something from something that already exists. So I want just the notion of being able to take some old elements. I can tell you that what is very difficult is trying to work on a computer and talk at the same time. So I am just going to do my best at this. I am trying to create this image in my head that's been sitting for a minute. And it's requiring me to do some patch-up work because the actual piece that I got this from is rather old. It's an old magazine. And I like going into old magazines. If you look, it's like it's pixelated and it's got some stuff happening here that I'm just going to, it's got some stuff going on here that for all intents and purposes needs to be cleaned up before I can do some of the things I want to do. So that's what I'm doing now. And I'm doing the tedious job of touching this up, which can be a pain in the butt sometimes. So what I try to do is make sure things are continuous. Here's a page break in this from the photograph that I used. So I'm just trying to close some of those inconsistencies up. If I see something that needs to be cleaned up, I just go in and clean it up. Because of what I'm going to do with this piece, I don't necessarily have to be get too clean. But as you can see, when I zoom up to this size, that's another whole world down in there. And you might say, well, how do you know what to do with what? Hey, I'm just feeling it out. I am not a pixel painter. That's something I aspire to learn to do. I am more of a image compositor. So I tend to approach it more like collage than I do digital painting. Digital painting is something I really would like to learn how to do and plan to learn how to do in the next phase of Larry Puncher Brown. So all I'm doing now is pretty much going in and got some things that need some cleaning up. I got some things that's got some weird angles in it. Let's see. I want to merge that down there. And so in this situation, I'm working in a lot of layers. And that allows me to have some level of control. I'm trying to clean up an area that's like real hard on my eyes. I am going to merge that down. I'm just in here just making my own texture planes. I know a lot of artists that are very, very good at digital painting, digital compositing. I aspire to be one of those people. But as you can see, it's very time consuming. So normally when I come in here, I'm like not trying to be too specific. In this case, I came over here so that I would not, to get away from the bogged down days that I've been doing. So the whole goal here is to stimulate myself into doing something a little bit different. Um, but I've been working on this piece for a minute and I want to finish it up. So right now I'm just feeling what doesn't feel right, erasing some things out, putting some things in. Um, as you can see, I got a head of locks here that I'm trying to clean up. And in that process, I am trying to just smooth this out a little bit. You know, if I see areas that need to be brought up, I just borrow something from one place and put it in another place. I'm just trying to add some of those textures back in. As you can see up close, you can see the pixelization in the photograph. And sometimes I like to play with that a little bit because everything I change in this environment kind of gives me a little bit more creative control, and I can actually reauthor a pre-existing photograph. This photograph was found in a magazine, a very old magazine, and I liked the movement in it. And I said, well, what am I going to do with that? Can I come up with something creative with that? So that's what I'm embarking on. Just trying to play around with the image, see what areas look interesting, get rid of anything that's an eye obstruction, you know, and then fool the eye into believing that what I'm doing is real. That sounds like about right. That's what I'm doing. So I am working on the layer now of her hair. It is a her, and I am trying to play this up a little bit. I like some of those curls, so I know her hair doesn't necessarily look African American, but I think for the kind of image I'm striving for, it doesn't have to. As you can see, if I wanted to really nap that up, I can. At this height, I know it looks really crazy. And you're probably saying, what is he actually doing? But I am just trying to smooth out the image a little bit so that I can have a little bit more control over certain things that's happening in this picture. I am using what's known as a rubber stamp, and I'm taking, I got a little seam in it going down the center of it. Sometimes the old photographs I have folds in it. It might have been 2 pages originally, and I'm condensing it to 1. So I'm just getting rid of that line. You guys probably can't see that from where I am, but I can see it. So I'm just dyeing it down a little bit by taking pattern areas from one place and moving them. And just enough to play with it. I like that little curl right there that's happening in that hair, but I'm going to take a piece of that and replace it because it looked like it dropped out. So I can replace things, I can add things. That is the wonderful thing about the computer environment. If you got patience, and it's only limited by your patience. Because I personally, to be honest, I don't have a lot of patience. I can only do a certain amount in a certain amount of time. After that, I'm just cleaning up some of this edge of this lock over here on the side. And yeah, so I try not to labor, but I know artists that can spend hours, I mean, literally hours, doing the kind of stuff that I'm doing right now. And I don't have that aptitude. So I think at some point you got to know your limitations. And I definitely know mine. I have a threshold. And after that threshold is over, it's done. But right now, I'm liking where things are going. I guess I'll give you kind of a reveal of what I'm doing in a few minutes. I'm just trying to clean this up a little bit, get rid of some of the stuff that's nagging me, opening it up a little bit. Actually, some of these dots are going to help me with this image as I go along. So I'm not going to take all of them out. Gives it a nice graphic look too, but I can clean some of that up. If I decide that piece right there is too frayed, I want to make it rounder, I can round it off. So I'm actually using the eraser. I'm using a couple other things. I could take things out. Those dots in the middle, I'm not going to worry about. I think they're going to give me some detail later on when I get into this situation. So this is what I'm doing today. This is my release. This is my, hey, I've been in the paint for 12 days. So let's go walk into something a little bit different. So that's what I'm attempting to do today. This lady, I'm planning to do a whole series of these. They're going to be pretty celestial looking. I want to do something that looks a little different. Some Afrofuturism kind of stuff, if it will allow me to do that. So yeah, right now that's what I'm doing. I guess I can smooth that out too. It's not such a hard line on the edge. I'm sure that other artists have, and the thing about the computer world is that other artists have all kinds of ways they do what they do. Like that area right there that's rough, I like that. So I want to copy, I'm going to take that out, edit, do. And I'm just going to take that little area right there, I like that, and I'm going to put that all the way up. Instead of smoothing it out all the way, I'll make some of it rough. You see, I got some control over how I want certain things to feel. I sharpen line and pull out so you guys see what's happening. So I'm just creating this wave of hair and trying to maintain it as much as I can. So this piece is going to be big. It's about 40 inches in height. All right, so let me pull this back. View on the screen. So that's kind of where I am so far. I'm trying to smooth some of this out on this layer. I got a bunch of stuff happening in here. So I'm going to put this above. And I'm going to give you a clue to what I'm trying to do here. So I have a background already incorporated into this piece. Try to see if I can. And so this is a layer I've been working on trying to clean up. It's actually going to go on top of this one. I found a profile face that I wanted to use. But, you know, it wasn't really doing what I needed it to do. So I'm just going to play around with this a little bit till I get it kind of where I want it. Sometimes doubling up on images too, you can get a nice effect. But I found a picture of a lady that I liked, Caucasian lady. And right now I'm just trying to get rid of some of the stuff that I don't want. So I'm going to take my eraser out and get rid of some of this down here. So she is being used as my model for right now. because she was in the position I needed her in. So sometimes I find a bunch of pictures that I composite. So I went in and found another face that I liked, and I put that in there. So she's kind of in there. So I'm going to move her in place. I want her like right in there. And so I got actually 3 layers there. I found some other photographs of, didn't want to use this narrow neck and Caucasian looking neck. So I have another neck that I'm going to put in place. And I got to move some little things around, but trying to close up that space a little bit. I'm still working in layers, so I'm just showing you how I'm compositing this face. I might use a different eye on her. But those are all the layers I'm working on so far. And then my next step is probably going to be, I got some little cleanup I need to do down here. I'm going to erase some of that out. Get me a big eraser this time. Yeah, I'm going to take all of that out. Let's see, where is that at? Get rid of that. So yeah, I'm working on the background of this right now, trying to get this where I want it. See, I got a little piece of that neck that is getting on my nerves. So I'm getting ready to come out of here now and take a little small break so that it won't drive me crazy. But this is it, the whole thing together. And then I'm probably going to work on putting a moon or a planetary thing happening. This is a background that I painted. And so this is the working piece that I'm working on right now, so you can see what my process is when I'm working on the computer. So until I do some more to this, this is where I am. And this is where I'm going to take a break. So now you see what it's like being in the world of the computer every now and then. I use it a lot. I have a lot of equipment around here. I have a G-Clay machine. I use Photoshop. I use Illustrator. I use InDesign for doing graphic design. I'm currently working on my 40th retrospective book, so that's something that I'm always working on. We design our own catalogs and that side of stuff. All the graphics and stuff you see online, I basically I've done most of that. And that's not to say that I don't have designers that I work with, because I have a lot of designers that I work with too, so that I don't have to undertake the burden of doing it myself. So yeah, day 12. Wow, the time is rolling. I'm sitting here now just reflecting and going, wow, am I going to have enough time to do some of the stuff I said I was going to do? But I'm glad the collaboration works are coming in, because I need the kind of a little reprieve right now. But the computer is a great way for me to unwind. And I think that if you are out there, have a computer, just get yourself Photoshop and play around with it a little bit. They got so many nice programs you can use on the computer, on your laptop. Procreate. I have one called Paper. Maybe I'll show you guys how Paper works on one of my presentations. Sheba Meyer is like the master of digital painting. I got a couple artists that I know that are very, very good at that. Me, I'm a little bit of an old timer, so I got to learn that part. But looking forward to embracing it too. So with that being said, y'all, day 12, we are in the move. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, how's it going? I really enjoyed that. Now, will you take that and when you finish that, you'll print it and then you'll work on it, or are you just it's just going to be a digital?
This is all digital. So I'll either print it on paper or glass or acrylic.
Okay.
I might even print it on metal. It depends on what material looks best.
Now, do you do that in your own studio, print on metal?
No, the paper I do here, the canvas I do here. Depending on the size, I might have to farm it out. But all of the other materials and substrates, I have to send that out to do.
So you'd have
A
you do it on that.
lot of good photography companies online that do acrylic and metal printing now.
I think that would look really super on metal, though.
Oh yeah, it would be hot on metal. But it would be even better than that on acrylic because acrylic gives it another dimension. Yeah, on metal they print on top of it, but the acrylic they print behind it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you get a different effect from both of them.
Oh, well, I can't wait to see. I want to see what those look like.
Well, that's what we are all up to. What you got for me today?
Well, I did do a technique video. I don't want to full screen it. Look at my face. Look at my, there I go again. I am not sleepy. Let me advance it a little bit so I don't look sleepy.
He said, I am not sleepy.
Get another attitude on it.
There it is. That's there you go.
There we go. So I did a technique video, and this is basically going through tie-dye. I mean, not tie-dye, but gilding. So we'll play that. Okay, I'll start from the beginning.
Hey, how's it going? So we're going to talk a little bit about gilding today. I know I wasn't on the other day.
Why you look young on here?
What you trying to say?
I think you done reached back and found something from back in the day.
I'm always finding this because I'm in the studio.
We can't hear you, babe.
This was up pretty loud.
Put your microphone near something, baby.
I'll put the microphone here.
You need some sound.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's see.
You always whisper. Why you always whispering?
Let me put the microphone in.
Why you always whispering?
But that's just it. I was talking fairly loud.
There we go.
Hold on.
As you can see right in here,
That's a little better.
Actually 20.
And that's just me talking.
That I'm doing on Mother of All, and actually it's going to go throughout this entire thing. So it's going to take me a minute.
I'll bring this down.
Actually complete this particular piece. I know some people were like, "Oh, are you going to be done with that in a month?"
That's better.
Because I have to put down metal leaf on all of these little areas, and I have to be really careful because I don't want to do metal leaf in the colors. So I have to kind of take a little bit more time and get it around. And I know I'm thinking maybe I should have gilded it and then painted it, but such is life, the decisions we make. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through this particular piece, and I'm going to show you some of the materials that are used with gilding and how I go about actually applying the metal leaf. And basically what I use to apply onto this is what's called a size, which is a glue, but it's not like your regular glue where it just dries and then you're done. The size actually dries and it's tacky, and then the tackiness is what you adhere your metal leaf to. So I'm going to bring that up so you can see me a little bit better. And then over here on this table, I have all of the materials that I want to show you, because you have to actually use different sizes for different things. Like when I glue to wood and paper, I use a water-based size, but when I do gilding on metal, I use an oil-based size. So it's a little different, but that took some learning. I didn't just discover that overnight. I put it that way. I had to do my research and things like that. So we're going to start over here on this table. with the different sizes and things like that. Like this right here, this is a water-based size, and this particular size I use, like I said, this is a water-based size, so I can use this on paper, you can use it on wood, you can use it on any of those kind of things. This particular one I didn't care for too much because it was just too watery and it just took way too many coats. But the other one, how I originally started was I would get this brand of size. This is the Old World Art size, and then the Mona Lisa one I would get. But then after a while, I stopped because I was using so much of it. These were just way too tiny. So I actually began to get the larger containers because I use a lot of size. So I get a larger container. So I order from another company, and that way I'm able to get large containers of size. And this right here is it's called super thick, because some sizes are not real incredibly thick. It's a thinner size, like that's a thinner size, and sometimes this is a thinner size. This is another size that I picked up. This is one I picked up, I think, at Hobby Lobby. It's okay. I don't use it much, but it's there in a pinch. But as you can see, I don't think I'll need the pinch. But the other thing about size is it will dry out on you. So if you don't have a proper container to hold it after you open it, because it's like anytime you open something, it starts evaporating or drying. And so size will dry out on you. It will dry out on you. And I find that just about everything. So I use like Rubbermaid containers. I love when I find these at the thrift store, I buy them, because this is, I'll tell you what this is too. This is a red base coat, and I buy that pretty big too, because it's right here. So I buy my red base coat pretty big too, because I don't want to run out of it. And as you can see, I'll turn you around. I do a lot of gilding. If you look at my work, so you can see I do a lot of gilding. And if you know anything about my work, I'm going to turn you guys around. So you can see I do a lot of gilding. That whole wall, all of those pieces are gilded over there. And then there's some other ones over there. So I gild a lot of my work. So having these large containers, and there's even more. I mean, I gild even, like these pieces here. I'll show you. This particular piece is gilded too. I don't know if you can see that, but you can see his pants and the ones over there. So I gild a lot of my work. So having a large container of metal leaf is a great idea, and also base coat. And I'll tell you the story. When I originally started doing metal leaf, we had gone to Paris and we went to the Louvre, and we'd been there a couple of times. And this particular time we visited the Italian Renaissance section, and that's when I discovered I wanted to start gilding my work. So I was like, I'm going to start gilding because I love this. I love the halos. I loved all of the simplistic grandeur it gave. It gave this beautiful illusional effect of simplistic grandeur. So when I got back home, I'm like, I'm going to start gilding my paintings. They were very simplistic at the time. And so I thought, I'm going to start gilding them. I'm going to put metal leaf on them and all of that kind of stuff. So I get home and I'm working on watercolor paper here, not canvas, not anything that's already sealed. This is watercolor paper. Super, super, super absorbent. So I get back and I go and buy all my materials. I'm going to gild now. I go and buy all my materials, and I'm starting out and I'm putting down the size, not knowing I need a base coat or any of that stuff. I didn't do that much research. So I start putting the size down, and I'm like, oh my God, this isn't going to work. All this stuff is getting absorbed. And so I ended up putting like size down, just tons of size down, because it was just absorbing every single time. And so I ended up like putting down a lot of size. I'm like, this is not working here at all. And so eventually I figured it out that you have to seal the watercolor paper and then lay the size on top. And I found that out by using color and also a base coat. And so that's where the red comes in. And I love using the red anytime I use gold, and then I use like a blue paint or something if I'm using silver, because it just makes the silver pop. And so I like having those two colors underneath different colors. And then I like using the red under copper because it makes the copper pop. So you'll learn that different colors make different metal leaves pop and make them like just like bam. And so those are the things that I've learned in different colors that I've learned to put underneath. And so your base coat can be an actual base coat that you buy, which is this right here, or it could be like a really nice acrylic paint that kind of seals if you're working on watercolor paper. But I tend to use base coat even when I'm using wood or things like that. Even if I've sealed the wood and all that kind of stuff, I still like to use the base coat because the base coat kind of is my guide to of where I want to put the metal leaf. So think about that when you're doing it. So these are the things that I use. A base coat. Once I'm finished done painting, I'm going to add the leaf. I use a base coat, and then after the base coat dries, then I put the size down. And you can, like I said, you can get different kinds of size. There is a thinner size, and then there is a super thick. I use the super thick because I don't want to have to go over it a billion times. So I do use the super thick. But always remember that size will dry out on you. As a matter of fact, I just let this dry out way too much. Look at that. I think I showed you guys. Look at this. But I'm still able to use it. I put some water in it. And so I'm still using, I'm still getting in there using that size. But even in this Tupperware container, you can see how much the size dried out. But I've had this for, I don't know, like a year in this container. So I'm still able to use it. Whereas this right here, this is not going to dry out. So a lot of times what I do with this really watery size is I put it in and mix it with my really thick size, and that helps with it thinning out. So sometimes I just mix it. So I'll buy it because I can mix it with my other size. So the other thing is I gild on metal because I gild on my bronze pieces, which are here. This is a bronze piece. So this is a bronze, and when I first started gilding on bronze, I was using the water-based size. Don't do it. It does not work. No, it doesn't work. Do not use a water-based size. You have to use this right here. You have to also use, this is an oil-based base coat too. You use an oil-based base coat and you use an oil-based size. This is the size that you use for metal. Do not use water-based size on metal. It's not a good idea. So, and I didn't open it because I'm not using it right here now, because if I open it, it'll dry out. So I don't want to start the drying process. I'm not saying it'll like poof, dry and you're done. It doesn't dry like that. But since I don't do a lot of my metal, I'm not doing a lot of metal right now, I won't open it, but I have it. And this also, you see, I don't have a big container of it because I don't use a lot on there. I'm going to show you, like, if you look over, let's see, where is it? If you look right here, right there, you'll see that right there is gilded, that particular bronze. If you look right there, that particular bronze piece is gilded. So that's a 23 karat gold. And I got a bronze piece over there, but this is a 23 karat gold over here. I like doing those in 23 karat gold, 24 karat gold, because you can put them outdoors. It can still go outdoors in that gold setting. Anything less than that, you can't put it outside. So this particular piece is done in the 23 karat gold, and it can still go outside. Most people are like, I'm not putting that outside. Totally understand, because I wouldn't put it outside either, but you have that option if you'd like to put it outside. I like to give people that kind of option. I don't know if they want to put it outside. So we're going to look at some metal leaf now. So I'm going to push these back. So those are all materials. And then somebody asked me the other day if I seal my work, and I do. I seal my work. I do use a sealer. This right here is a small one, but I normally buy a really large metal leaf sealer. You can seal it with, what is it, like gel medium and things like that, but I always seal it with a regular metal leaf sealer. I just believe in using the proper materials for the proper thing. So I use a metal leaf sealer. So I'm gonna look at some metal leaf, because metal leaf comes in lots and lots of color. And I like getting a lot of color. I like using a lot of color. Oh, hey, Karen. I like using a lot of color, and I like just experimenting with different colors and different things. And as you can see, this right here, you see this crown. I did this crown recently, but I also did, I did some resin on it. I found this out in my, out near the creek in my backyard, and I used metal leaf on it. And so this is all a 23 karat gold, and it's also resin, but I'm not sure if I'm done with it yet. So that's why it's still just kind of hanging around, but I call it Take Me to the King. And because it just looks like a crown. When I found it was a beautiful piece of just dried wood, and I treated it, cleaned it, and then I metal leafed it and I resined it. So it's pretty neat. I think so. So we're going to put that over there. And so we're going to go through and look at some different metals, different metal leaf and metal leaf pattern. And I order a lot of metal leaf. I order from a place called LA Gold. Sometimes I'll order off, what is it? Amazon, because I can get it in a bulk. The Dutch metal, not the 23 karat gold. I'll order some Dutch metal. So the difference in sizes, so I'll show you. This right here is huge. And I used to get these at like different stores for a lot less. Can you tell me which one you want me to send you? And so I used to get these at the store for a lot less, but now it is so expensive to buy these in like a regular store. I just order all of my metal leaf online, because the regular stores are charging way too much money. So as you can see, I have a lot of metal leaf, and I do because I buy a lot of metal leaf, and that's because I like using. I don't like to not have what I need when I need it. So, but before I show you the metal leaf, I'm going to show you some of the brushes I use. Like, you have to varnish your metal leaf, and when you put it down. So this is just a brush that I have at home, but I use it as my varnishing brush. I love this brush. It's all one size, and so when I brush off the leaf, this is a great brush for that. This right here is my gilding brush. So I don't always have to use this, I don't always have to use this brush for this bigger metal. I don't. This is a Dutch metal. It probably has copper and zinc and all that kind of stuff in it. And you can pick this up and it won't, it's like, this is you can pick it up. It's light as a feather, but that it won't break or tear on you. This is another brush that I use to pick up metal leaf, to move it around. But I tell you, this stuff will blow away. But mostly I use these two brushes when I'm using these brushes, because it's easier for me to pick them up and it's easier for me to put it on there. Now you can get metal leaf where it's already attached to the paper, which is great. I've used that too, but I don't like that as much. You can get the 23 karat gold. It's already, and it comes on individual sheets, and it doesn't come off until you attach it to the size, and then you just take the paper off. Now that's great if that's if that's what you like, but I find that sometimes it doesn't stick quite like you want it to stick. And so I'd rather have it in loose leaf. So 23 karat gold and 21 karat gold comes in sheets of this size. You can see the difference. Look at that. Crazy, right? This is the size sheets that 23 karat gold and white gold come in versus Dutch metal, things like that. They come in that one. And they come in little tiny flat sheets. And I do, like for me, I am, I use it very sparingly. Very sparingly. So like with this right here, I'm like, glop, 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 glop it all on. But when it comes to my 23 karat gold and white gold, I'll cut it in little strips and put it in one at a time, so that I don't, I'm very conscious of waste, because gold is sold at gold metal, 23 karat gold, and all of those are sold at gold prices. So sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. But either way, it's still going to be expensive. The gold metal leaf, the pure gold metal leaves are expensive, and so is the white gold. So, and this is like the white gold is the 12 karat white gold, but you're still going to pay some pretty good money for your white gold and your 23 karat gold. So I normally buy those at the LA Gold, because LA Gold sells everything, and that's what I love. I don't have to hunt around, but like I said, if you're going to buy any of those golds, they're going to be at gold prices. The other thing is that I like to buy at LA Gold, like this is a copper. I love copper, so I buy a lot of copper. As you can see, I buy a lot of copper because I love using it on, especially my mail pants. I like, anytime I do a mail, I like to use copper on I call them my mail pants. I like to use copper. My absolute favorite pattern is I call it the sunburst pattern. And I used to be able to find the sunburst pattern anywhere. This is a part of the sunburst pattern. I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to show you. That's a part of the sunburst pattern. And I used to be able to find the sunburst pattern everywhere. And then all of a sudden you could find it nowhere at all. So now I have to hunt down the sunburst pattern. But LA Gold, every now and then, they will carry the sunburst pattern. But you can see, if you look, like this is, I call this my treasure trove of, I have a dawn, I have greens. This right here is a sterling silver. Now I used to use a lot of sterling silver, but if you know anything about sterling silver, it tarnishes. And so sterling silver will come in the large sheets as well. But look at what happens to sterling silver after it sits for a while. It tarnishes. But what I found is I actually like that tarnished color. So I will use that on certain pieces because I actually like the tarnished color. So I still use the 23 karat gold because I like to have that burnt edge. And then what I'll do is I will go in later and put a white gold. Look how beautiful that tarnished color is. You see that? Isn't that beautiful? I think it's gorgeous. So I will use the sterling silver because I do like the look of the tarnished color once it's tarnished. So you can use that. So I do use a sterling silver, and the sterling silver you can still get in the large sheets, but you have to order them. You can't pick them out. I used to be able to get these at stores, but you can't get them at stores. Here is a starburst right here, and this is my absolute favorite one because I just love the starburst, and I love using the starburst on so many things. So I normally use the red starburst and the blue starburst. And now I'm finding I have several blue starbursts that I didn't know because I have so many packs And you can find copper. You can find copper just about anywhere. This is a copper packet I've had for a long time, but now I just buy it. This is a green, which is pretty as well. That's a Starburst green pattern. I don't use green a lot, but I like having it. This is a neat pattern too. So these are some of the patterns that if you go to the stores, you might be able to find these at the store. Here's the red Starburst right here. There's a red Starburst. So you might be able to find these patterns. See that? That's red. I love these. Starbursts are a lot of fun. So you might be able to find a lot of these patterns. You won't be able to find the Starburst in the stores. But you might be able to find some of these other patterns. There are patterns that you can find in the store. But I find that most of my patterns, I find them at LA Gold. I go to LA Gold. The other thing that I buy is, let me see if I can find it. They're packs, they're just random packs of leaf all squished together. And sometimes I use those and I'll just put them, there's a 20, see that's 23 karat gold. So you can buy it, like I bought it like this, but this is actually from a store. I can't remember what store I bought it from, but you can see it's still just the tiny pack. So, and I'm glad I found that because I didn't think I'd have enough for this piece. So you can find the 23 karat gold at different stores. But like I said, most of the time when I buy 23 karat gold, I buy it offline. Now this right here is nice because this is just a flake. These are all flakes. So if you ever want to just use a bunch of flakes, you can buy just a pack of gold leaf flakes. Now I don't have to buy flakes because I make them. I save, once I start taking them off, once you start varnishing and everything starts dropping, I put them in little containers like this. And if you look in here, it's got all kind of flakes in them because I save all of my flakes. And the reason I do that is because sometimes I might have to patch something here and there. This right here, you can see it. If you look in here, it has flakes all in it. So I make once all my flakes start dropping, I put them in here. Now I'm going to show you some really interesting color patterns. This is another copper that I have. This is a color pattern right here. Now, these are all Dutch metals and they're called variegated metal. This is all variegated metal and you can see how neat the colors are. So that's a variegated metal. This right here is a Dutch metal and this is not sterling silver. This is just a Dutch metal silver. This will not tarnish. This will not tarnish on you at all. You can put this on anything and it'll stay pretty much that color silver. Now, I don't use silver a lot, not this kind of silver. Now, I will use the white gold and I will use the sterling silver, but I don't use just the Dutch metal silver that often. So let me show you some of the really neat patterns that you can get online. So this right here is a really cool pattern that I like a lot. And this is basically a variegated metal. It's called a variegated metal. And what it is a heat treated. They heat treat these metals to create these patterns. So this is a heat treated metal and that's how the pattern's created. So that's one pattern and I love that pattern. And so I like buying different variegated leaf patterns and different variegated leaf colors. So you can see I bought several of those patterns and I'll buy like different patterns and buy several of those. Now this right here is a really fun pattern and I think I have one open. I do. This is a really fun pattern. And what I love about LA Gold is that they have so many really, really fun patterns. So here's a really fun and funky pattern. It has rings. It's like circle rings, which is really cool. So as you can see, there's so many really cool patterns. Let me show you. So many really cool patterns that you can buy offline and in so many different colors till you end up just going crazy, just crazy. Now this right here, hold on, let's get this this color. And then I'm going to show you what this big giant box is. So here's another pattern, which I thought was kind of neat. This pattern, but this is a pattern that you can actually get at any store. This pattern you can pretty much get at any store that you want. So that actually came from a store, I think. And a lot of times when I want to buy in bulk, like I'll buy Dutch metal gold in bulk. So I'll buy like 100 sheets, and you can buy that online and it'll come. This is gold. So this is a Dutch metal gold, and I just bought this big entire box of it because I use the Dutch metal gold a lot, and this is too. But bear in mind, it is different colors. So when you buy it, you definitely want to make sure that you're using similar batches. I'm trying to see. I think these two are the same color. But when you buy it, the golds are not always the same. So definitely when you're using it, make sure you use the same batch, because you'll end up with a lighter gold and a darker gold, or this kind of gold and then that kind of gold. So definitely make sure that when you use your gold, that I'm trying to see if I can find, because it's happened to me before where I've had two different kinds of gold. So just make sure that you use the gold from the exact same batch, because a lot of times the golds are not the same. The color might be darker on one and lighter on another. So you want to definitely make sure. And it doesn't look like you can see the difference, but there is a difference in the gold. So just make sure that whatever gold you buy, you use that same exact one on each of your, whatever you're doing, just use that same batch. Don't switch batches, because you'll have different colored golds in. And then in here I have some silver. This is the Dutch metal silver that I have in here. So you can see there's lots and lots and lots of patterns. This is a fun pattern right here. This is square, because I just want to show you all the really cool patterns that you can get. Now, mind you, this isn't something that you would use. See that? This is not something that you would use on metal, because this is all Dutch metal. I mean, you can use it on metal, but not if you're going to put it outside. I wouldn't use this. If it's going to go outside, do not use this metal for outside use at all. And then see, that's the red. I showed you the blue, but that's the red. Isn't that beautiful? Pretty. Yeah, that's the red. And then here's another neat pattern. I just have a huge box. I don't know, you can't see it, I'm sorry. I have huge boxes, just boxes and boxes of metal leaf, just boxes and boxes. And this is a really neat one too. I bought this one in LA Gold. This one, you see that? Isn't that a beautiful pattern? So a lot of the patterns you can find in the store, and that differs from the pattern that you can find in the store. This is the pattern you can find in the store, and this is the one you order online. It's a different pattern. It may not look so different. You're like, well, Louise, that doesn't look very different. Trust me, it is different. So let's see what else we have down here. We have some more copper. And so I store this in all kinds of like little containers. I have bits and pieces that I save. Like these are bits and pieces that I'll save, because I try not to throw pieces out if I don't have to. So I'll save bits and pieces here and there just so that I can use them later, because I never know when I'm going to run out. So this is not even all of it. I still have more boxes of metal leaf, because I never know what colors I'm going to use, and I never know what colors I'm going to want. This is a little different pattern too. This pattern is pretty cool. Look at this pattern. So I just wanted to show you like all of the really cool patterns that you can find. You're not just stuck with just like the basic patterns that you find in the store. You can order some really cool patterns online in metal leaf, and you can order them in reds, you can order them in greens, you can order them in blues, you can order them in so many different colors. Hold on, let me see. Here we go. I want to show you this. I really like this one. It's just like all over the place color, which is fun. That's a fun color. So, but as you can see, I have all kinds of colors, and I have those in red, and I have those in blue, and and the squares also are in red and blue. So different colors to work with. And then I just leave them, they're just all in here. And so whenever I want to use them, so these are all different ones. So I try to keep them in a box until I use them. And then when I use them, they're just everywhere. Everything's kind of up for grabs. Once I use them, everything is up for grabs all over the house. Well, not all over the house. Sometimes you should see my studio. My entire studio floor is literally covered in metal leaf, especially when I'm making some of my bigger pieces. I just have metal leaf all over the entire house. So you can see all of the, and this is not even like the most, the bulk of it. I still have other boxes and containers of metal leaf floating around. So I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of the different metal leaves and the different brushes. Normally when I'm gilding, I can throw these away. Normally when I'm doing gilding, I just use inexpensive brushes, because even though it's a water-based paint, you can't always get it out of the brush. So I just use inexpensive brushes, and I just keep a bunch of inexpensive brushes around just for that purpose, so that I can use them. And you need to use, like, if you're going to use brushes, I use something like this when I'm painting larger areas, and then I use really, really small, tiny brushes to get into some of the smaller areas. So you can use any inexpensive brush. I like buy giant sets of inexpensive brushes, because these are the kind I like. This is a synthetic brush, but it also is a this particular synthetic brush, these are a smoother brush, so it goes on pretty smoothly. And then I do use, sometimes if I don't want to throw my brushes out, I'll use a cleaner, whether it's terpenoid or something like that, and just leave them sitting in some terpenoid. Sometimes I forget, and then it's over. It's just over because it all dries out. The terpenoid dries out, the brush dries out, everything. But that's what... It helps, it works. So, but that's one of the things that you can do. And I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of gilding and how I go about doing it, and the materials that I use when I'm doing gilding, because I do quite a bit of gilding. So if you have any questions, let me know, because I'm always here for you. Bye.
Looking pretty hot, man. Looking pretty hot.
Is that right? I just did that part this morning.
I can tell by the polka dot robe.
It's the polka dot robe action right there.
Well.
That's turning out. I really love the gold. It's really
Shaping up really nice, lady.
Yes, I'm really, really, really enjoying that. It's hey, we got Kathleen in the house. Woo, woo, woo! Right on time. I caught your interview, Kathleen. Yeah, because Rosemary sent the interview, and I got a chance to listen to it. I can't hear you. Are you turned down? Just barely. It's spotty. It's me. It's Pancho, can you hear her?
I can't hear her. I would just log out and log back in again and see if it changes.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be all right. Be all right. How do you like my ring?
Let me tell you this. After watching you in that last presentation,
how do you like my ring?
I think your ring is awesome. You got a ring thing you've been working all week. First it was the square, now you got the circle. I'm checking you out. But to get back to your leaf thing, that is a powerful collection of leaf you got going on there.
I know. You want me to send you some too?
I'll always take some leaf, baby.
Oh, Karen popped on because I did that live yesterday, and Karen popped on and was like, "Send me some."
Hey, Kathleen's sound is not so great today.
Yeah. It's almost like she's on a different machine. Now, Kathleen, do you just have one thing open or two things open?
Mm-hmm.
And you have your volume up?
Mm. Well, that's part of the quirky land of broadcasting. Some days
it's a part of live, Kathleen.
We have excellent connections some days, not so excellent the next days. Kathleen, I would just try to log off and log in one more time. And if not, we'll try it another time.
And then just take and look at your cam mic and make sure it's right. It's on the right thing. Mm-hmm. That's odd.
Well, that's part of this whole thing. We don't know what happens behind the scenes of this stuff.
Right.
So I'm going to share something while we're waiting for her to get ready to do her thing. I think that Miss Deborah Shedrick did some shopping. So we're going to show a little bit of her shopping spree.
Oh, I have to post my shopping.
Look at her. You would never know she was a world-class artist.
Look at it. She got a cameraman with their finger in the way.
Yeah, with their finger in the screen. And it's vertical. But that's right, y'all. This is real, y'all. This is real live. We are not professional videographers, but we are making sure you guys see what's really going down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see what store that is. They look like Staples.
I know. Is that an art store? Those big?
Yeah, that must be like a
Michael's. That's Michael's.
Michael's?
Uh-huh. That's Michael's.
Look at that big bag she got. She's ready to go.
You know she's shopping or she's lifting.
Yeah, I did. Might be a mixture of the two.
It's like, are you shopping or lifting, girl? She's putting the glasses on.
That's my section. I'm just trembling looking at it.
Because you haven't gone yet.
No, I haven't. I'm going to do it before Friday.
Uh-huh.
I got to find me a cameraman, though.
Oh, you're going to get you a cameraman, too.
Yeah, I just need somebody to shadow me for a minute. So my hands, I need 2 hands for this.
Mm-hmm.
Look at her.
I just had the people in the store carrying mine.
I love to see what artists buy. So she likes to buy the small tubes, huh?
Uh-huh.
It's like candy. Like, look at me. My neck is itching like a crackhead. just see in the store.
Here you go. Here you go.
In the
Can I get one of those?
In case you are looking and you don't understand what's happening, part of this Creative Quarantine Springfield, we got a loan, not a loan, a grant from TDI Mass Development, and a pretty substantial grant. So the artists were able to have a $500 shopping spree. So what you see here is artists having fun. I'm going to do my shopping spree before the week is out.
Doing their thing. Look at her.
Look at what else did I come in here for? I see she's using a lot of paint on them pants.
That's what I was gonna say. She got on her paint pants. She showed up for real.
She must be lugging her gun in that bag, though. It looks heavy already. It looked heavy already, and she ain't even left the store yet.
She hasn't even thrown stuff in it yet. She is in it.
Oh, the canvas section. The canvas section. Jeez.
Oh, she's in the brushes.
Let me see how you sounding, Kathleen. Well, since the sound is not good, I guess we'll just keep you on the screen and watch you work for a while.
Right. Yeah, we can watch her work.
Yeah, because we can't. Your sound is still bad for today.
But we can definitely. We're lip reading right now.
We'll watch you work. We'll watch your hands work and watch you at your machine. The palette knife section.
That's because she be wearing them palette knives out.
My palette knives look really jacked up.
Mine don't, because I haven't used them in a while.
She's put some stuff back. She must be being a very economical shopper. See, I would have emptied the whole shelf off.
See, I was being very economical.
I was looking at your leaf collection, and I find it very hard to believe. You hear what she just said? I got enough canvas at home.
That's how I was. Look at.
I know she was going to hit that clearance section.
That's a nice size clearance section.
It is.
I do not have a
and we haven't seen one person in the store but her yet.
That's because she's a renowned artist. They cleared it out.
Yeah, she's in Montgomery, Alabama.
They were like, Deborah's coming.
Look at that. There's nobody there.
Yeah, there is nobody in that store.
It's hardly a cashier there.
It's like, I want to know what time she went to this store. Look at it. She got right in line, too. I'm telling you, they cleared out the store for her.
So this is Michael's.
Trust me, I know my Michaels.
So for those of you out here who really can't understand that, look at our faces. We're just grinning, and we're not even in the store.
We're just enjoying the shopping.
Artists love going to the art supply store. It's like a kid going through a toy store for real.
Yep. Especially when you got money.
Exactly.
Somebody give you money.
I've never had a $500 shopping spree before.
I know. Well, you remember Ryan. Ryan was like, I went and got the good stuff.
Yep. He sure did. And I don't blame him. That's what I'm talking about. Did her bag just ring? Did she just ring off the alarm?
Check that bag. Check that bag.
Look at that piece.
Oh, look at this.
That looks nice, Kathleen.
I know. I really like that. Did she put some metal leaf in there or something? What was that?
I don't know what she put in there, but it's looking hot. That's a big piece, too.
It is. All right.
Yeah. So,
Keep the board off. I want to see what Kathleen doing. Yeah, that is really, really nice.
there's the piece she painted with oil the other day too.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I really liked. Oh, that turned out beautiful.
Very nice.
I really like that.
You know, Kathleen, from now on, you cannot say I know I can't. I don't paint.
I don't paint.
That's past tense.
Mhm.
Hey, Kathleen, can you hold that piece up? I don't want you to mess up the piece, but I want to see that painting again.
Mhm.
That is awesome.
I really like that.
Very awesome. I like that.
I like this because she did the stamps at the bottom. She did the stamp. She did a couple of stamps. That's really nice.
That's some other league stuff right there. That is the byproduct of experimentation. That's an awesome piece.
You did a wonderful job on that, Kathleen. She's trying.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, but the piece is awesome.
She's trying.
But your picture is wonderful.
Yeah, your picture is great today. I mean, you can see everything so clear today. Maybe it's the sacrifice of sound.
You sounded so poetic today. What just happened? What is she doing? Oh, she must be.
She's rolling it out.
Okay, she must be making. Is she making a cane?
I don't know if it's a cane. No.
Oh, no, okay.
Kathleen will be sign languaging.
No, that's not
what. Making sheets.
Okay.
Okay.
Making sheets. Very good.
See? Oh, to wrap it around the hearts. Okay. All right.
Very good.
Nice. Okay. See? We got it.
No, you got it.
It's the inlays. Okay, she's making inlays. Okay.
Very good.
There we go. All right. It's like charades.
She said she's making the inner part. You're doing really good, Kathleen. This is our first what's that? Lip sync display.
That's right. It's our first lip sync charade post. I like that. Frankie's on the scene. Oh, she's got a couple of them back there, Pancho. You see him?
Yeah, she looks like she's working it out today. Look at that long sheet she's got.
Oh, look at that. That's real pretty. I like that color, Kathleen.
Wow.
I like that.
Very nice.
It's like she lays them on top of each other, and then is she gonna roll that back? Oh, she just keeps rolling them. Oh, look at that.
I don't know why that's making me hungry.
It looks like a giant piece of bacon.
You see where our heads are today, y'all.
I know, because I meant to go down and get a salad earlier. I'm like, okay, I didn't eat lunch. So I'm probably going to run down and salad myself.
Let's see. So we're going to see what else can we show while we got a good presentation by Sheba Maya coming up.
Oh,
I'm going to show the 6-minute video by Lorraine McAlpine.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah, see how it's streaky and really cold, so we'll let this dry. And then I'll go over it again.
I don't know why it's not showing.
I know. I was going to say she really does need light.
Let's try that again.
It's like we definitely have to get her some lighting.
Yeah. So that was really not any lighting at all, was it?
It's like Lorraine works magic, boy. She be painting in the dark.
No, that's not it.
It really needs to coat.
Lorraine, for real.
I think her video is malfunctioning.
It's really nice watching Kathleen
Yes.
do this run through.
And then I'll go over it again.
Oh, look at Lorraine.
I'm so jealous of everybody that uses a little bit of paint.
She's dabbling in some acrylic right up in here.
I don't know why on this quarantine particularly, I realize I'm basically a barbarian.
You really are, but
Yeah,
that's okay.
like,
hey,
oh, me paint, me got gobs
give
of
me
paint.
more paint. Give me more. What? Squeeze out more. Squeeze out more. Yeah. Oh, wait. Here you go. Wait. Hold on.
I think I'm gonna do white. So I can do up the curls.
Got to get the squeeze bottle.
I got one person out there that's like me. I understand, Miss Buster. Yeah, I'm one of those people. I'm definitely one of those people.
Oh, I have students in my paint classes like that.
But I have not met anybody as efficient as Michelle Vigent. Michelle.
I don't know. Michelle's very efficient.
Ooh, Lord. My paint in Michelle's hands. Whoa.
Yeah, Michelle would have paint for the rest of her life.
Exactly.
For the rest of her life. Look at Frank.
Frankie just smiling at the screen.
I know.
But we're gonna listen to her do her presentation, and then
because she's talking. Yes, go ahead.
And I use this brush for everything, for oil, for acrylic. And, as you can see, it's streaky, so I'm going to do 2 coats of it.
and she's painting with a white shirt on. How did they do that?
The lines, it's just like
her and Sheldon. Sheldon had a white suit on the other
That's
day.
what I was gonna say. She's got a white shirt on, but I tell you, the brother Sheldon be.
Look, everything I paint has got to be black. It's going to be some paint going somewhere.
Mm-hmm. She said, and her brushes are super big.
the red.
It's a little smaller today, but she does paint with brushes that would seem out of proportion for us.
Yeah, for real. But that's the fun part of watching these quarantines. You just don't know, and it's like, hey, maybe I do need to buy some bigger brushes.
Or smaller brushes.
You would think with all that paint I'm using that I would have a bigger brush.
It's much thicker than that turquoise because I mixed it with white. So here, I'll probably just have to do one coat. I won't have to go over this.
She's got some nice light today.
I don't think she's in the same room she usually is in either.
It's a bunch of easels back there.
Look how big that sheet is she's doing today. Wow.
We thought about doing things.
That's pretty amazing, Kathleen.
Luxury or wealth. but I decided that I would just focus.
I know. That's why I said it's actually really fun watching her roll that out.
Flat edge brush is really nice to use. It's easy to get into corners. It's fast. It's not a slow painting brush. And it gets the job done.
Wow. See, well, I see what she's doing.
Yeah, she's making the heart boxes insides.
Actually, it became a mauve color. It's not.
And that is it. Cliffhanger.
She left us with a cliffhanger. Let's see what Kathleen's got over there. Oh, okay.
This is hilarious.
I know. Kathleen's sign languaging us.
She's getting the job done, though.
She's gonna make it longer. Okay, she's gonna make it long. I'm telling you, boom, I got this charades. Keep going, Kathleen. 10 points for
you got it going on, and your picture is still looking good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And while we've been doing a window on window thing, so I'm going to show you one of Kathleen's first videos submitted. She is about to jump in and join the rest of us on her submission. So I'm going to give you a little rundown.
Oh, Kathleen's twin.
Okay, so the process for the like the purple rains requires making a sheet. I have shapes I use to make those collars or some other kind of bead. So I make a sheet of clay. You'll see the red sheet underneath. Anyway, I'm using the experimentation and used clay that's not typically choice for me. Told by other polymer clay artists that particular brand is not so sturdy or strong for our purposes. So anyway, when I cut the shape and then folded this to make the large bead, that happened. So that's not going to work. Here's the other one. I thought I could form it around my paintbrush here to keep it from cracking, but it didn't work. I'm going to do another technique. I'm going to reuse this clay. I'm going to roll it out, or maybe not. Maybe I'll just use it like that. I might just use it like that. and get another pattern going. So let me collect my clay and I'll be right back.
And she even did a time lapse for us. So give Miss Kathleen a couple of days on this video thing, and I think we're going to see even more of her work represented in the next couple of days. And there we go.
I guess it would help if my mic is on.
No, I thought yours was fading down too. I was like, look.
It's like, what? Now she's making it even longer. Frankie's working on that. That piece is coming along well, Frankie.
Is this the day that Karen's supposed to be unveiling stuff, or was that?
Yes, and I am so excited.
Yeah,
I've already talked to us. So I'm not giving
You're
nothing.
probably watching the show offline. So Karen, I call her McAdoo. I'm getting used to calling her Miss Clark. Miss Clark, please, if you are watching, we are looking for your unveiling of.
That's right. Today. Karen is doing some unveiling today. I'm pretty excited to see what's coming about, and she'll be up there.
Meanwhile, while she's getting ready to log in, I got another one for you to see. They sent me all kinds of stuff today.
I get all of the what you call it?
Short stuff, long stuff. Let's see what we got here.
Let's see what we got. Hey, Frankie. Frankie's looking. Frankie's trying to see too. Oh, what?
Deborah Shedrick did her first time lapse by the end of the week. Look at that.
I tell you, look at Deborah.
Yeah, okay. It's not long now because they don't understand that time lapse is long.
Just feels long.
That's it.
Okay, look at her. Okay. Hey, I am loving this. Because most of these people did not think this was something they could do.
That's right. For those of you that are out here that are not following us, all of the artists, I would say at least 2/3 of them were remotely technically challenged. And I even have my areas where I'm technically challenged. So trying to figure out what equipment works. Everybody has a certain amount of devices. Bandwidth of their internet is another issue. It's just
the internet is a huge issue, but people don't always realize that.
Yes, it's so many factors that go into trying to make this easy for you to see it. Look how clear Kathleen's picture just got.
I know. I'm amazed that because her picture gets clearer and clearer.
So yes, the artists are all taking it upon themselves to learn more and more about how to broadcast so that things can be seen a little clearer.
What'd she say?
The volume
is down. It's not working. That's all right. Maybe we trade volume for visuals.
Yeah, well, at least the picture is crystal clear today. We can see everything you're doing.
The visuals are good.
And we shared your time lapse.
Yeah. She saw. See, you're good with the whole. We're making it work.
So I don't know what happened to Karen, but we got
Karen, she says she's gonna be here. Karen's one of those grand entrances.
We could move her around a little bit.
Right. Karen's gonna make her grand entrance.
Deborah Shedrick had a death in the family, so she might be missing for a couple of days.
Oh, okay.
She's got to go to a memorial, a service, I think, out of town. So
okay.
She's originally from Opelika.
Oh.
We got a nice presentation from Ryan today, a 7-minute presentation. So I think I might go ahead and the next, Sheba Maya is. I think we're just going to go with Sheba. Sheba's got a nice presentation ready for us today.
Oh, so, okay. I was
one yesterday. She's coming from a whole different paradigm, and it's really nice to see.
Because it's different. Okay. Oh, wait. Was she saying something? Are
All
you
right.
home, Kathleen? Okay.
Take care,
It was
Kathleen.
great watching you. You did a fantastic job. Fantastic. Okay, tomorrow.
Take care now. Yes, y'all, we are dealing with technology the best way we can, but we're still going to bring
Making
it to
it
you.
work. Making it
We're
work.
going to bring it to you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Greetings, friends. Okay, so it's day 11, and I've been up and at 'em since about maybe 5 this morning, trying to organize my thoughts, because what's on the front of my mind right now is a pretty ambitious project I'm finding out, and I have this idea. I have this idea to create what I'm calling book boxes, to contain and protect and display my collage work and books, and possibly some other artwork. I don't know. Because now I'm thinking, ooh, dioramas and all kinds of interesting things with hidden compartments and lots of. I want things that will surprise you when you approach it. But the function of it all is also that it'll protect the artwork that it contains and complete the artwork that it contains. I thought I'd also kind of share with you some of the books that I've made. I found some footage because I couldn't find the books. I've been dying to share these books with you. But I do have some footage from when I first created the books in 2019, sharing some of my thoughts on making the books and, some things I tried and wanted to try in the future, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, my thoughts on books. Why books? Because they're super cool. They can, I think that paper and books and now boxes are often thought of as these kind of like really mundane kind of objects that we kind of take for granted. We have access to lots of them that can be run off at any moment. You can print them on demand. You can buy them from Amazon and have them delivered to you. But what is a book really, and what is paper really? What's the value of it? Is it, what is the value of it? And it really, I started by thinking, all this time I've been using paper as a substrate. I've been using it to draw on, paint on, print on, these kinds of things. I wasn't using it as an art making material, and I was trying to understand why I was struck by this. Why am I inspired by all these different kinds of paper? Well, there's got to be a reason why all these different kinds of paper were being made. So maybe to express something that, it was important to express this specific way. And then what happens once that paper has been used for its intention? And then through collage, I was able to change the context of these things and its intention and watch an emotional response to paper. Even the idea that when paper is blank, it has a certain value, maybe sentimental or monetary, whatever. But then when my artwork is added to it, that's different. If it's a print from a digital image, how many pieces of paper are you going to find in this world that has my artwork on it and my signature? So now the value becomes something different. It's not just a plain piece of paper now. It's something that is showcasing my artwork that you might want to display for your home, that gives you pleasure or joy or adds beauty or amplifies your space in some way. And that's because you had an emotional response to the artwork. What's that all about? It's triggered something. And now it's changed your perception of what it is. It's changed the context of what it is. And, the idea of experimenting and adding things to paper, I mean, the idea just expanded on and on and on about what makes paper so special. And then the information that might go on that paper, whether it's art, whether it's, scientific information, poetry, something's being recorded. Why? Why is that important? That something be documented this way? And then who gets to understand it, read it, consume it? Will they be able to understand it? Is it written in English? Is it written in symbols? Is it all pictures? This segued into thoughts about books, and there's kind of like the idea of what defines and qualifies a book, and what makes it sacred. If it's religious texts, if it's academic texts, if it's a collection of important artwork that must be documented, a legacy that must be shared, artwork because he was feeling it, a storybook because your child needs to hear that story 1,000 times to the point where they memorize it, know all the pictures, and have held on to that book so they could read it to their own child. Like, it's important. It's deep. I started wanting to make my own books for many different reasons. That part of it is I just control issues. If I want a book, I want to make a journal. I want the cover to be specific, the paper to be specific. What if it was all made by me? If it's all born with me, at the absolute scratch as possible. That's an exciting idea. It takes a lot of work. And it also takes a lot of planning. I'm finding it takes a lot of materials and a little bit of money too. But it's worth it. It's worth it for the pleasure and excitement of seeing an idea to fruition. So I'm gonna share with you some books, some ideas on how to contain and display those books, and how I plan to get started on this whole thing. And here we go. Okay, so I really wanted to share a little bit about the bookmaking process with you. There's a lot that goes into even just like the most basic handmade book, and that's where I started. I started with the basics. I had ideas about what I wanted to do. I searched all around for inspiration, but I really started at the beginning so I could get an idea of, the basic ideas of construction, so I could twist and push those ideas further. So this book was made with handmade papers, or the cover was at least. And the paper making process, I used recycled papers, or I used purchased and found papers that I recycled and turned into new paper that had to be pressed and dried, and additives were also added to it. I think gold confetti was added to this one. This was a Japanese style of binding. It's called stab binding. And where the spine is decorative, the pages are exposed on the edge of the spine. I really got into this one. And I think the interior pages, I used resume paper that I cut down to this, to the size. And the cover is made from a board that's covered with the handmade papers. And then that board is scored and glued and constructed together in such a way that it creates a hinge. And then the papers are sandwiched between the covers and then sewn together by hand in this decorative stitch. So that's what went into this book. It took me probably about a week to get through the whole process. The paper needs time to dry. The glue needs time to dry. Everything needs to be done just so that it's smooth, flat, perfect. There's a lot of measuring, a lot of precision, many steps, and lots of techniques go into it. So, and I love that stuff. I love the minutia of lots of technique. So, because when there's lots of rules, there's lots of opportunity to stretch. So, yeah, the following videos kind of share some more of my handmade books, some of the process of my handmade books, and important to protect because so much work goes into them, from the thought to the labor. The results are certainly worth protecting. So there needs to be some sort of container, something that acts as a display and a protective device for my books and my collages, because they're both really vulnerable and delicate, and tons of time goes into it, and material and money. So yeah, that's where these boxes come into play. So enjoy the following videos, and we'll talk book boxes next. Okay, so these are my first attempts at marbling on cardstock, and I love it. How gorgeous is that? So I'm going to let this dry underneath some weight so that it dries flat. And I'm very just excited about these results. These are my first 2 attempts, and I can use these as papers to wrap book covers in. So imagine this is a book cover, or maybe even end sheets, the pages that come between the rest of the book and the cover at the very front, that's secured to the cover. Yeah, beautiful. And these are the same combinations of colors as well. Gold, purple, and white. This paper is pink, and this paper was kind of blue, like bluish purple. So, and this is the result, and I'm just so excited about the applications here. So I'm going to keep practicing with this. I just really was excited, and I wanted to show you. Okay. Greetings. So these are 2 hardcover book covers that I made yesterday. I had to let them sit and under weight in order to cure, dry, and be nice and smooth and flat. So and this was the first cover I did yesterday, and it's a board that's wrapped in handmade paper, and moving it a little so that I hope that you can see the gold flecks that are embedded in the paper. There's a spine in the front. It is a side-bound book, so when it opens, the pages will be sandwiched between the front and back cover, and the book opens like so. And so today I intend on binding the pages, adding the pages to the inside, and completing the book today. And so this was the second cover that I made. I marbled this paper. It's cardstock that's been marbled with gold, blue, and white, and here's the inside exactly. So it opens the same way. I also added this faux leather strip to the front and also to the back. So that goes this way. Just kidding. Okay, and and here's the inside of that cover. So I used a matching coordinating paper, solid colored paper for the inside. So same thing. I'm going to put the pages in here today, and I'll be back with the final version. And hopefully it won't be a hot mess. I'm hoping that it'll be at least a beautiful mess, if nothing else. But maybe it'll be gorgeous. That's what I'm hoping for. All right, be back later. Peace. Greetings. So this is the finished product. I have a little bit of gold thread that I entwined with the wax thread for the binding. I will actually use resume paper for the interior pages. So I'm going to use this to present some drawings that I did last year. Just a quick look at the back. Not perfect. I'm not entirely excited about the back, but I did my best and I learned a lot. So there it is. Greetings, friends. So I'm here to share my latest hardcover book. I created this a couple of days ago. I had to let it set and dry under weight for a couple of days. And here it is. I'm so pleased with the results so far. This is still a work in progress. I plan on adding more to it, but I do want to share what I was able to complete thus far. So that was the front, and this is the back. I love the paper that I used to wrap this book in. It is one of the favorites that I've made so far. I made this paper earlier this week. That also took some time to dry. And so I'll show you the interior of the book. And when you open it up, you see that the end pages are secured and glued down to the cover. And then we have the interior pages, which is matching the paper on the outside, and then another paper that kind of went with this series of techniques. You'll also notice that I have these cutouts in the paper, and I did that so that the pages would sort of interact with one another. You see that a little bit of the page behind it is peeking through. And so I thought, that was a nice way to kind of unify these two designs. And there you have it. End of the book. Oh, and here's Misha with her interpretation and reveal. Did you like it, Misha? Get back. You're too close. There we go. Okay, Misha approves. So that's my book, and I'm looking forward to sharing more with you. And yeah, Misha loves it. Don't you, boo boo? Yeah. Okay, bye, guys. So as I was learning the basics of bookmaking, I was getting a ton of ideas on how to just stretch it to the furthest limits, or maybe not even the furthest limits, but the furthest limits of my imagination, at least. And I was digging for inspiration of all kinds. And I was seeing some extremely interesting books being made of all kinds of unconventional materials, and that were seriously decorated and had lots of ornaments. And I started becoming interested in things like locks, hidden compartments, things like that. And I was thinking about things like boxes also that looked like books. I remember, the Bible, in old movies or old television shows, that Bible that was kind of cut out and then had like a flask of liquor in it. I thought that kind of thing I thought was really cool. And just the idea that, a book didn't have to be so straightforward. Maybe it could be full of all this other kind of discovery. So, as I'm finding these other kinds of books and other boxes for books, like slip covers and things, I started putting all of these ideas together and thinking, wow, wouldn't it be great if I had a way to display my collages in these kind of boxes that look like books. Like when you open them, it should look like a framed piece in a shadow box. And maybe there could even be a collage behind it. That could complete this piece. That would assure me that the artwork was protected and not vulnerable to the elements or damage, and that there could be more to it. There could be more to it. So I grabbed a book on making on constructing boxes, and it seemed that this book was specifically about making boxes that are accompanied books, and so I got this idea that, what if it had a secret compartment underneath? And I just happened to find this project inside the book that was so close to what I was trying to do myself. I'm sure this is like nothing new under the sun, but I was hoping that I would find something close to what I wanted to make. But this book only covers the basics, like 3 basic box making techniques, but in such a way that you can, customize it any way you want later. If you wanted to create other types of boxes, you could. So, and that's what I found with the books too. Once I learned the basics, I could, make up my own rules. I could stretch, bend, or break the rules as I saw fit to express myself. And I was coming up with interesting variations on the instructions that I was given. So I'm thinking that I could create a box that's very similar to this, so that when you open what looks like a book, it's actually a box. There's a tray underneath that can slide open. That tray could also be a book. That slot could serve as a slipcover, or it could also be a tray that holds a tiny, tiny book. Because I'm also interested in very small objects. I think that making things very tiny, there's something about the power of fragility. I don't know. There's something about that somebody, and most people respond to tiny things with care. And also they want to lean in and discover what it's all about. So I like working small. It also preserves a lot of my materials, your construction materials, really far. When you work smaller, and theoretically you can work a little quicker too. That's not always the case though. But yeah, this is my idea, these book boxes. And right now what I'm doing is I'm collecting the materials and thinking about all the things I can make and do for this project, while I'm waiting for materials to be shipped to me. So I went through all my materials, saw what I had that was in my bookmaking arsenal. A lot of the materials are similar, ordered what I needed, and in the meantime I'm going to be making some collage work to go inside, and collecting old collage work to see what I'd like to go in here. So that's my idea, and as it develops, I'm sure I'll be sketching some of these ideas out, writing some things down. I got this idea actually. I was inspired by insects. I was doing research for something entirely different, and I came across insect collections and butterfly specimens that were framed and pinned under these boxes. And I thought, oh, so cool if my artwork was displayed this way. And then it just kind of evolved into this idea that it could be somewhat of a diorama in a box that looked like a book that could either be displayed flat or on the wall. So that's my idea. I can't wait to share more. Thanks for letting me go on and on about my books and my love of books, paper, and boxes. Till next time.
Hi, my name is Artlesia Bibbs, and I'm from Fort Washington, Maryland. I've had the pleasure of participating in the Creative Quarantine 2019 at the Larry Buncho Brown Studios in Baltimore, Maryland. It was an amazing professional opportunity for me as an emerging artist. I was in a quarantine for a weekend among 10 other artists from the metropolitan area. It was a fantastic opportunity to network, to learn technical capability from other artists, and for artists to share different techniques that they were using, and to visit other artist studios within the same building. It was great. For someone like me that's emerging and just getting into the art business professionally, some of the relationships that I made, some of the people that I met really helped to move my career along in an expeditious way. I got my first run of prints from my experience working with Puncho during the quarantine. I think that the artist quarantine is an amazing experience. Certainly this year has been fantastic. I've had an opportunity to tune in and see some of the artists that I have been collecting, actually. LaShawn Bell's one. Karen Clark is another person that I love her work. There's just been an amazing group of people and an enormous amount of talent where you're actually able to see people create artwork online, and I've had the opportunity to create alongside with some of them, which has been fun. So I would encourage people to tune in online to participate in the quarantine, and hopefully you'll get an opportunity to participate yourself one day. I think it's a fantastic thing just to learn.
Well, there you go, y'all. We got a couple of nice presentations with Sheba Maya. She is taking this thing to another whole level. You see your man Frankie Barrero is still in the house. He's doing his thing. Hey, Frankie, talk to us a little bit, man. How you been feeling?
I've been good working on this.
I see your painting is coming along. You gonna work the capital in the top of that. That is amazing.
You can see it?
Yes, I see it clearly.
Okay, and then I incorporated like a collage with the ceiling
Very, very nice.
up top. And I'm seeing cross-eyed from staring at it. So
I would imagine you are, but you are definitely in the zone on this painting, man.
the detail, I got lost in it, and I said I wasn't gonna, but
Well, that's okay, man. When it comes, it comes. You got to do what you got to do, right?
yeah. And
But it's looking really good.
I'm excited. I got a package coming from Poncho.
Yes, sir. You got a package coming from me of some papers. I'm going to get you on something that's 8.5 by 12. You're going to stare at it real funny and not know what to do with it because you work so large, but you're going to have fun anyway.
I might collage it into a large.
There you go, man. Whatever you can do with it is going to be fine. I think this is an exciting week because everybody's collaboration stuff is coming through.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got a nice comment on your piece by somebody out here. She says, loving Frankie's piece.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. And I'm working on this, but I was working on another piece. If you want to look at it, I'm going to put this one.
Hey, man, this is your time. You can show whatever you want.
Hey, I'm going to put this one down. And I was working on this one here.
You might need to angle your camera down a little bit.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Man, that's nice.
I love the colors on that. I love that.
It's Angela Davis.
Yes.
Homage to her, and what I did was I put her afro as a mic.
Nice.
Here, and I'm gonna darken this area to kind of make this pop out a little more.
Okay, so you're reworking some pieces that have been brought up to a certain stage.
Mm-hmm. And
So
this
are you going to be reworking that piece?
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
This will be and make the, where is it? I can't lose this. This, you know, my colorblind issues, so I have.
I still don't think that people can fathom what that means. That Frankie Barrero is colorblind as a result of. Were you colorblind before your
No, I was
traumatic
born.
brain injury?
I was born like that.
Okay.
My brother and me, we were both like that. And
Wow.
my dad. And I'm an artist. Go figure. Huh?
Hey, that's a hell of a story right there. I tell you, a hell
So
of a
I can't lose
testimony.
these two. These are my two P that I've been using for this, and I can't lose it. I tried to do pastel on this to make it more, but it's too.
No, yeah, acrylic pastel's not going to stick to that. It's going to come
You
off.
see it?
Yeah.
It comes right off.
And then, yeah, pastel and acrylic don't really merge too well together.
No, I'm fine.
Remember, when you're doing pastel, you want to try to maintain a tooth to work on. If it doesn't have a tooth, it's not going to work.
Mm.
So you're probably better off just wiping that off
Mm-hmm.
and then resuming what you were doing with your painting.
This
The only
one-
other, you can use other materials, but pastel is probably the worst one.
I know.
You can use oil pastel, and that'll have a different effect. But if you're used to dry pastels, oil pastels will be a challenge.
Yeah, I'm used to the dry stuff, to the soft pastels for this.
Well, that might mean you might have to do yourself one oil pastel before the whole thing's over. Experimentation.
But nothing like the finger painting though either. You know, I find that too. This was a live drawing I did in downtown,
Okay.
and I never did anything with it. I just drew it and put the first layer of paint on it. Well, more pastels, but now is when I'm adding more. You ever land on a spot where you don't even want to breathe?
I understand. So, what percentage of that is done with finger painting?
Just the end right here,
Okay.
because when you do it with finger paint, it keeps the color.
Mm-hmm.
I find it's probably the paint I'm using too. It's Liquitex. When I paint,
Yeah.
you need a few layers of it.
That is probably mostly the paint, Frankie. I did a little thing on acrylic paints the other day, and the basics line tends to not be as opaque as the more expensive paints. So you might need to treat yourself to a really nice opaque yellow, golden, Liquitex, whatever your favorite brand is. And that way you won't have to use, it's very, very dense. But I think what you're working right now in layers is much better. Just take your time and do it like you're doing it. Has a nice look to it.
And I don't want it to look perfection, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's shaping up really nice, Frankie. And Miss Louise is in the house. She is, are you back to gilding that piece? You're muted.
All right, there we go. I've moved to my laptop. That way I can still work here and move things around and
Good.
also work on this. So moved to a different area in my studio and just decided to laptop it.
Well, you look like you're doing your thing.
Yeah, I thought I saw Karen pop in earlier.
Yeah, she popped in twice. I think she came in the middle of Shiva Maya's presentation, so she might
Yeah,
be pulling back.
she popped in and then popped out.
Well, she will definitely have the floor again. Deborah Shedrick won't be on tonight. She's had a death in the family, so we want to pay respect to her time. But everybody's sent in some presentations, so that's been really nice. Been nice stuff. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get this next presentation on the screen.
Nice.
Keep things moving.
Keep it moving.
This is a piece that Ryan Murray.
Yeah, we haven't seen LaShawn today yet either, have we?
I'm sure he'll be on later.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to paint with this rabbit nipping at my legs, and it's
My sister used to have a rabbit.
man, like damn, stop.
Okay, so today I'm going to be making spray paint planets. Now, if you've ever been a tourist in a major city, either in the U.S. or abroad, you've probably seen people on the sidewalks doing these kinds of paintings super quickly. I'm not going to be going that fast because I don't want or need to do that. But what you need to get started is I've already prepped my surface. This is going to be the background. And you'll need a couple of round objects. I've got a record and a CD here, and I've taped the middle hole so that the paint doesn't get through. You're gonna need something that crinkles easily. I've got plastic bags here, and for my colors, I'm gonna do a simple red, orange, yellow gradient for one of my planets, and then for the second one, I'm gonna do green, purple, and a touch of blue. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to spray very deliberately very wet layers. You'll see why in a minute. And you're going to want to make sure that it covers that the area that you spray it's going to be larger than whatever flat object you have. So, let's see here. So again, I'm doing really, really close to the surface. Let's add a little bit of white in there. Probably need a little bit more coverage. Okay, that'll be good. So then I'm going to take one of our plastic bags, just lay it down flat there, and then rub it around. And what this is going to do is it's going to give it a crackle effect. Like that. I'm going to let that dry for just a little bit. Now, when it's done, it's going to look something like what you see here. This is an earlier piece that I didn't finish. Okay. I think we're good to go on this, You don't have to wait too long because you want everything to be reasonably wet when you're working. So we're going to lay down our record. So right here. And we take our black and just go around this again, so you can give it its round shape. While that's drying, we're going to go to work on our smaller planet. We're going to do our gradient. So we'll do good. So take our other plastic bag again, just lay it down there. A little bit flat. Put our CD down. Spray around the edges. And then we're going to have a little bit of fun with the background here. I'm going to add in some other colors to make it look like a nebula, sort of. So I'm going to go in with some purple. Very, very lightly. I'm going to do some white drops here. Not pressing down on the can all the way. Let's get those stars in there. And then we just carefully lift up our flat objects. There's one planet. And there's a second one.
Hi, my name is Karen Wildbuster. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, and I did a quarantine, I think it was 2006, with myself and 5 other artists with Poncho. It was the very first quarantine that I have ever done. And I must say that I was forced to create. And I don't mean forced in terms of somebody making me, but myself making myself. I mean, it was cool. It was cool sitting in a room with 5 other artists, knowing that you had 5 other artists there, knowing that the juice of creativity was kind of like flowing all over the place. You know, the vibe was good, the music was good, the conversation was good. It was great getting up and just walking around and seeing what other artists and how they were creating. And it became like a spiritual journey because we not only spoke on art, we just spoke on life. We spoke on the struggle of an artist at times, and how like minds come together to make this thing work. So the quarantine, it is definitely a great thing. I've been watching this one in 2021 really intensely. I mean, I like the idea of how it's going now. You know, how it's going now, to be able to see you guys virtually in each other's studios and seeing how you create. It's a different kind of feeling, a different kind of flow.
Sorry, Karen.
Oh man, I might remember what I said.
All right. I'll take some of that and some of this. You can try to pick up where you left off, and I'll just pick up where you were. Go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah, so you know, that's a different kind of flow, watching you guys, and me sitting on the other side now, as so many other people are, just kind of like tuned into the live feed and seeing you create. Artists that I know, you know, Karen Clark, you know, I've known her for a minute. We went to Africa together on my first trip to Africa. But to sit there and watch her throw and see it all come up into fruition, just like right there, it's like, well, I knew you did it. But seeing is a different thing. LaShawn, it was the same thing. Actually watching you work, learning about Mr. Murray, you know, and how you do what you do, the way that you do it, was good as well. So I say great job to all of you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of everybody's work. I'm gonna ride this process with you for the next few weeks, and keep staying creative.
We have LaShawn in the house. Hey, LaShawn.
Hey y'all,
Hey, y'all.
how y'all doing today?
We
Wonderful.
are.
How about you? Look at you, got a fresh piece of canvas up. LaShawn is like
Oh
every day,
yeah,
baby.
gotta keep it
Every day.
moving.
Well,
I'm trying to catch.
I received my care package today.
Okay, good deal. I just got one from you.
Fantastic. Look, at least the mail is running right now.
Yes, yes.
I don't
Louise, you
know.
have
I didn't
one.
get anything. I don't think it's running.
It's
You in the middle of the country. You got to go
for
through
real.
mountains,
It gotta go to Mexico. It's gotta go
mountains of snow.
for real now.
I'm
You
not
might get
trying to
it in
hear that.
2 years.
You didn't send mine out the same time. You sent Ponchos. That's what that is.
She's so needy. She can't help herself.
I know.
I
But
know.
you
I
know,
know.
your package is coming, darling, from
No,
Baltimore.
you're supposed to say, Louise, your rejection is showing.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it.
When people are like that, you be like, excuse me, your rejection
Louise,
is showing.
I'm going to explain this to you only one time. When I send 12 packages from Baltimore, you're always going to be the last one to receive a package. That's all I'm going to say. It might not be you. It might just be the circumstance. But you know, as a matter of fact, you got one package coming from me again.
Huh, wait a minute. I got to do the Frankie.
That's right. You got a package coming. I got all of the first round out. Now I'm trying to get something to I got Ryan out. I got to get something to Frankie. I got to get something to Sheldon. So I'm making my rounds.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm sending out packages tomorrow.
Well, I sent everybody's stuff out today that was on my list. So
That's because
Louise,
you are the man.
Yeah, you should be kind of done with the whole. That's all out now, right?
Yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah,
because you the
yeah.
man.
So you know what that means,
started
y'all.
all
That
of us.
means look out, because Lightning Fingers LaShawn is going to be at it.
I know, because every day you had something else on that easel.
That's right.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, I'm trying to catch up with Pancho. Sure.
Oh no! You trying to catch up with Karen?
Karen, that's what I was gonna say. You trying to catch up with Miss Karen?
No. I can't catch up with Karen. I ain't even trying that. You gotta stay in your lane.
You got to go to the next person in the next lane, huh?
Exactly.
We've all bowed to Karen.
That's right.
We've taken our leave.
She's got her thing together. She's together. She came in a couple times, but her time must be today.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give you a refresher of what her works look like.
I have got to get one of those angels.
I think you might have to move fast.
I know, because I'm sure those aren't going to last long.
Oh no, I'm sure they're not. I'll be giving her a call this evening.
I really like those too.
So what else is going on, LaShawn? How you feeling, man? What's happening in your world?
Well, guys, I am feeling good. Just trying to line up my next stage of paintings. I got a whole slew of small ones I'm about to get busy with.
I like your terminology. I like your terminology. Slew. For those of you out there that are taking notes, write down slew.
The word slew. Okay. Because he said
that
a
means
whole
there's
slew.
many.
Like most of, like we were like, oh, I'm looking to see what my next painting is gonna be. But LaShawn is he's working on a whole slew of them.
Yeah, he's on slew mode.
Yes. I got to do some damage here, so I'll be working on some acrylic stuff for probably the rest of this week, and then I'm gonna move on over to my oil pastels, and I can't wait. I love working with oil pastels.
Very cool. I haven't been to oil pastels in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think
I can't wait to see what you do with those.
I'm gonna have some fun with them. I'm gonna have some fun. So yeah, so that is prepping time. I'll be prepping a lot of canvases, adding some different textures to them, and some chargers, and get ready to get some designs on them and get some things cranked out. That's what's going on, folks.
Can you see that top?
Yes, I can. She's on the gilding section now.
Yeah.
Very,
it's looking
very
good.
Nice. It's getting there.
Good.
I figured if I transfer to my laptop, I could still do some stuff.
There you go.
And still manage the phone.
So how long do you think that's going to take, Louise? You got a lot of little areas to cover.
Well, I got this much done.
Now you're actually making good progress.
I'm making a lot better progress than I thought I would be. And I think it's because I laid it down. When it was standing up, it was taking a little longer, but then I was like, let me lay this thing down because I need to really crank this out. And then I put these on, and I'm able to like pick up just a little bit at a time with these on. I can pull like little pieces off of the gold because this is the 23 karat gold, and it'll fly away on you. It does not care. It tries to get away all the time. And using my brushes, I have central heat. And so any bit of wind is like my heating vents are all the way up there, but it can feel the slightest wind and it just gets going. So if I do it on here, it's blowing it off. And even though it's so far away, it's still any bit of wind will blow it away. So it's a little easier just using these gloves and just peeling tiny bits and pieces off at a time. And if you remember, when I was doing the other one, I was just laying big chunks on. But when you're working with something you have to pay for real, you tend to take tiny pieces.
Well, I'm sure there is a method to your madness. That is going to be an awesome piece when you're done. It's nice to see you using all of that crack material you got at your place. Your gold leaf collection is off the chain. All you gold miners out there in Colorado, hit Louise Cutler.
Be knocking at my door.
Say she got it all.
She's over here. No, I do. I love having different patterns.
Oh, we are very clear from your presentation that you like to be ready for anything that happens.
Anything. That's just it. Somebody needs to get Karen on the phone. I've been waiting for the unveiling.
Yeah, Karen must be up to her elbows in artwork.
She has to be, because she would have been back here by now. She's in there. Because she's normally on and raring to go right about now. And she told me, she was like, I'll be there at 9 or whatever time it is for you, you strange people.
Well, I don't know. I guess Frankie must have took a little break too. He must be sleeping on a sofa or something.
Well,
you got to grab them winks whenever you can get them.
I know.
I tell you,
that's true.
I tell you, it's like I sit up here sometimes, and I guess I don't really have to tell you guys because you watched my video, but it was that whole either lay down or fall down the other night.
I understand. We've got quite a few nice videos of you trying to stay up on your feet.
Yeah. Sleepwalking, you mean? She was sleepwalking.
Pretty much. She was doing a lot of yawning and a lot of eyes was all puffy.
Oh no, I had one, and it's on Instagram because I was up and I was painting. I was like, let me do my Instagram post, and I'm like, and every time I'm like, okay, I'm rambling now. I'm just rambling. I kept falling asleep in between, my conversation with the Instagrammers.
That's where I am right now. I'm nodding out.
You're nodding out, Frankie?
As I'm doing this, I'm nodding out.
Those make the best videos.
Huh?
Those make the best videos.
I forgot about that time lapse thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice once you start using that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm recording the whole thing and then time lapsing.
Well, do yourself a favor. Set it up on a tripod and let it run for as long as you can.
Mm-hmm.
The time lapses you see me showing on the show, I've shot them all day. You're talking about 8 hours, 6 hours of time lapse.
You just have to set it up and forget about it.
Yeah.
And then hit time lapse after.
Yep. No, hit time lapse and just let it run.
Yeah, and then don't even think about it. Just keep doing your thing.
Before I start, hit time.
Yeah. Anytime you want. It takes one photograph every 60 seconds.
Because I don't want to record for an hour and then forget to hit time lapse.
The best time to time lapse is like when you're not on the air and you're working in your studio space. Just let it run.
Yeah, that's when I usually do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I try to collect this dust, but it doesn't happen. Oh, that's gonna be so pretty.
You know what, Louise? I used to take it and put it in a little container.
I know, but this dust is just powder. I mean, it's like a powder.
LaShawn, you don't understand. The child just did a demonstration of her collection and the flakes and all the stuff she's got. She's got the goods. I think gilding is her specialty area.
I love gilding. And I love using gold. The real gold.
Hey Ryan, how you doing tonight?
I'm good.
What you got going on over there?
Let's see.
Just cricketing all night. Probably one of those nights. That's making my layers.
Oh, that's nice.
I guess we can watch you cricket then.
Yeah.
I thought it was on LaShawn.
No, LaShawn just dropped out, so it replaced him.
All right. I don't know if you can see all of this gold dust. I would be covered in gold dust. Oh, I just love this. Now I'm glad I did the metal leaf before I did the painting. You see the metal leaf all over her face?
Yeah, it's sticky, but that might be nice.
I know. I like that too. I like what's happening, So I think I might go back in and do her hair. Go ahead and do her hair and then redo the gold. Just brush it because this will be flaky until I seal it anyway. So I'm loving this. I am so loving this. I have to put down some more size. Are you going to work on? Oh, there's Michelle.
Hi there.
Hey, Michelle's popping in. You guys hear my piano playing in the background?
Oh, yes, we do.
I like it.
My husband has to play when he comes home from work. That's his cool down.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. We need something different to listen to tonight.
Well, that's that grand piano down there. That's why it has such great sound. That big old piano. Oh, we got people popping in. Who just came in? Okay, we got LaShawn. Oh, nice. All right. You gonna play some music for us today, Plancho?
Yeah, I sure can. It's about that hour.
It's about that time. We got folks popping in and doing their thing. Time for some music, y'all.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get them jams going.
Frankie, can you angle your camera down a little bit? There we go. That's good.
Hey, Karen.
Hey, we'll get ready to open up the kiln in a second.
All right, we want to put everything on hold because we've been waiting for that.
Putting on my gloves. You ready?
We are all ready, baby.
All right.
Ooh, the unveiling.
Ooh. All right.
Karen, I was about to call you. You had us waiting.
All right. So I'm looking. So I'm gonna pull out them carefully. They're still at about 200 degrees. I'm gonna cut off the air right now because I was kind of doing a cheat fast cool by cutting on the fans.
Mm-hmm.
And here, I'm going into the far corner of the studio, cut this fan off because you don't want the fans to go and so that they can cool down really, really fast and crack. But let's pull out one. Let's see what we got here.
Wow.
Ooh, wow. I love the rim on that.
Thank
Very
you. It's supposed
nice.
to be, thank you. It's supposed to be a little bit redder, but that's okay. So that's the thing dealing with glazing. You get a 70%. So this rim right here was a test of a different color that I was playing with called brick red. And it came out a little pinkish purple. But I think that if I add a couple more layers on it, it will turn the blood red that I want. So I look forward to that. But that came out okay. So when I talk about first and seconds being perfect and something being non-perfect, this one is a perfect piece. It's probably going to ring if I pluck it. Nothing stuck to the bottom of the mug that I've done. Looked inside. It's nice and clean.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to do white for people who like to drink teas so that they can see.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I'll do them in honeys, but I like to do light bodies. And here's another one. So I try to do them in families.
Nice, nice, nice.
Thank you. So here, let me show you what a second looks like. This is a second.
Oh, yeah.
And so this is why 70%. So it's still fine. It still can be sold, but it can only be a second edition. And some people like second editions because one, financially, it can be okay for them. And two, they like to have the imperfectness of a piece.
How much? How much?
So now will you file that down or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all of this gets filed down.
That one is sold.
Okay.
I was gonna ask her that.
You too slow, baby. You got to stop being slow.
You know what, Karen?
That's gonna be my quarantine memorabilia piece.
Hey, okay.
That's only because you want to visit him anyway, Karen.
So here are some of the other pieces that I was doing. So they still need to be. They have one more fire because gold will go on her earrings and on the back side of her.
Wow. Oh, nice. That's beautiful.
That white is just intense.
I love that, Karen.
A bad combination right there. Very nice.
Thank you.
Is that the one that's coming to my house? I'm just checking.
Oh no, girl.
No.
She's like, no.
You might sell all of these to the artists in the group.
Karen, was the last one sold?
Which one? The man?
No, the one you just showed before. The one you just showed.
No, it's not sold yet.
No. That one's mine.
Which one? The first one?
Yes.
You got to see them
first.
Are you sure? I mean, you haven't even seen the second or the third.
Oh yeah.
Or the price.
So she's got a couple more.
Right. So I wanted you to see how red it gets. You see that redness?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So that means that I didn't put it on heavy enough, but her mohawk. Woo,
Karen,
her mohawk.
Oh man,
that is gorgeous.
Karen, Karen.
I'm gonna touch that. Yes.
Now you want that one?
That's nice.
Thank you.
Karen's kicking butt.
Thank you. This one's the next one that has to be touched in gold. So, but you see the redness of that.
Oh
Very,
yeah.
very
I
nice.
like what you did, taking that down through the belly and having that
Mm-hmm.
little red in there. I like that.
Thank you.
Oh,
Really,
that's
Thank
the
you.
beard guy. I loved him. I loved him.
very, very
Thank you.
nice.
Thank you. So still a few more touch-ups, but I'm really enjoying those. I can't wait. Okay, so you ready, Poncho, to see Poncho?
Yes.
Let's
I
see.
still gotta touch Poncho up with a little white gold, but this is Poncho right now.
Woo!
Oh.
Nice.
So
Oh,
I
that's nice.
instead of doing white, I did ocean to it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Very,
Mm-hmm.
just
very, very nice.
thank
Nice,
you.
nice.
Thank you. So still got to touch them up a little bit. So with the third firing part of it, and then those are fun. So sometimes I just sit here in the studio and just look at them like, what could I have done differently?
That's part of the creative process. Plus, you got that factor of the unknown, which I think is
Mm-hmm.
a wonderful part of ceramics. You just
Yeah.
you just don't know what's going to happen when you swing that top off.
I
Mm-mm.
know, you just don't know. And I can't wait to put the gold on him because that's going to make him pop even more. That's
Oh
what
yeah.
I love about that. So, Poncho, this piece I'm bringing up to you because I am really interested in that alcohol process. Yeah,
Oh.
so I'm excited about doing him. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's got that red hair, like the hair you
Mm-hmm.
said.
Mm-hmm. Hi,
You could
booby.
really see it too, Karen.
Hello, love. How are you?
Look at her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
Karen just getting
oh,
all emotional.
yeah. You got to say goodbye to him. So, another color.
Oh, that's pretty.
This is an iron color. So, some people don't always like the very, pastel colors. So, I do a
Hmm.
lot of, I do some more earthy colors. This
I
one
don't know. That
is,
looks like a second to me.
honey, it ain't no second. No, that. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. You better second it right out your mind.
Look at Karen's like, no,
No, ma'am.
no. Oh,
Mm-mm.
I love that turquoise around the rim.
Thank you.
I love that. That is beautiful, Karen.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. So it's tiers and tiers of the pieces. So I'm just going to go down to the next tier. And when I say I'm going to excuse my backside, y'all, I have to finagle on the inside of the kiln to pull the shelf off. And so these shelves are for two shelves, it's $150. So you like to keep them intact. Um, I have dropped a couple and had to replace them. That's for sure. Mm. Oh, it's so interesting how glossy they got. This is not
Mm-hmm.
usually the
Oh, wow.
glossiness.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That is beautiful. I just love
Thank
that
you.
cup.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to get me one of those cups
Come on, girl.
because I just love that color.
I'm trying to see if there are any special ones. I mean, they're all special, but oh, that's special.
I'd
Look at
see.
that.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that. Oh, I love those, the little circular pattern on that. That's really
Yeah,
pretty.
and look
I
at the
like what you
color.
did with that. I love that color. That is a
Hmm.
beautiful color.
Woohoo! That's
Oh
bad.
yeah, that is tight.
And so it's always nice to have those little surprises that you didn't expect. Like, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I like that. Oh, that came out good too. So now,
Nice.
Oh,
so
yeah.
now, you know,
I love what that blue is doing. I love that.
yeah.
Karen, look, all our
Mhm.
faces is like this on the screen. I don't know if you can see us. We all like
Mm-mm.
pressed up. We might as well be have our nose pressed up against the window.
I like that. And now, so now playing with this new color, I know what I'm going to do with it. So, like right now, it's really yummy on this very masculine piece, but
Mhm.
it's going to be yummier when it goes onto a bright color so that you can see all of that red right there.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be really pretty. I'm thinking about the next thing that's going to happen. I'm like already seeing it. Like, so what you going to do with that piece, girl? So that's exciting. Very, very exciting. So this is why we kind of sit up here in the studio and look at things as it goes along. Okay, I'm going to start putting these on the shelves. Oh, another color, honey.
Oh, that's a pretty color too.
Yeah, honey is
Oh,
always,
oh yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
the colors, I was doing some research at one point of what was very pleasing to the eye, and
Mhm.
people gravitate to greens and blues.
Mhm.
Um, and it's really interesting to have these bright colors where people are like, give me that honey. And I'm like, okay.
That's really pretty right there.
Oh, this one kind of, I mean, it's still cool, but
Mhm.
I like that. I'm gonna work more with that. This is the one that I remember I told you with the crack. It's a
Mhm.
crack in the bottom of it.
Oh, okay.
That's a second.
Oh, okay.
hmm So I put my seconds on one shelf, and I put the primary stuff, the stuff that came out really well, on another shelf, and then I cleaned them up
I want a
really, really well.
second. I want
Who
a
wants?
second.
Who want a second?
Poncho wants a second. I
I'm a
want
I
good
that.
want a
little.
second too.
I
I
want
want
that first
look.
second.
I want one of those dark ones to be a second.
Well,
Yeah, I knew somebody was gonna come out the blocks like that.
I know that's right. It's always one,
It's
So,
always one.
always one.
Right.
Always one.
So dealing with when you were seeing these pieces before, you were like, oh, they're so big.
Mhm.
The clay shrinks by 14%.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
they
so
do.
they're actually the perfect size for about 2 cups, 2 to 3, 2.5 cups
Mhm.
of glaze. But these are really cool to look at, with the new designs that I had been using.
Yeah.
And I it's growing on me. It's growing on me. I'm liking it.
I like the
Mm,
different color palette you're using this time.
yeah, yeah. Same here. Same here. I was trying to change it up. Trying
And
to
you
change it
did.
up.
Very
hmm
successful.
Yeah, just trying to change it up, just to you know, to come up with something new, because people love mugs, but they don't feel like having the same thing over again. Like, oh, I already got one of those. I want them
Mhm.
to. I want to keep it spontaneous for
Yeah.
the clients. So I do brooches for clients, um, and so that they can have a little something to enjoy. But the last year I did them in iridescent. This year I'm going to do them in 14 karat gold. That's why I was asking you so many questions
Right.
about, dealing with the gilding that you were doing,
Mhm.
to see if I could actually maneuver that. So I'm going down to the next level. Oh, I got something good down here, y'all.
You ain't disappointed yet.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty
Teapot.
color.
That's a pretty teapot. Now,
Mhm.
the teapot lid is stuck, not really stuck, but what happens is the air of the heat is inside of that.
Right.
And so I have to just tap it, and it will go poof and pop right off.
Wow.
But
Well, don't do that
that
don't do that on the air.
no, I won't. I won't. But that one came out really good. But what I'm just curious, and I'm gonna have to talk to my business partner, because it's very interesting how I did the same cone fire,
Mhm.
and the faces became really shiny and glossy. That's not usually what typically happens. Oh, Pancho, look.
I love that one.
Mhm.
Purple, purple.
That's
Plum, plum
awesome.
purple.
Plum, but it's getting
Plum,
close,
plum.
baby. Getting
It's
close.
getting close. And look at what it did on the white. You see that,
Not
how the
bad.
white transitioned in?
Unbelievable.
That is so cool. I love that. Okay, let's see what else we got up in here. Okay, let me take this part off, because I'm just going to leave the bottom ones in for later.
Sheldon Smith says, "Do your supportive artists get dibs first orders on these?"
I don't know. This is a votive.
Let me see that.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really pretty. I love that area on there.
see. I'll probably touch that one up with gold too. So, and let's see what else. These are when I do groups of everything, with color. But so
Nice.
Those are so tiny.
what these?
No, they just feel tiny in your with the big gloves on.
Yeah, they're not tiny at all. Yeah. Okay, let's see what's going on with that. That teapot's actually a second. Let's see if this one is.
What? It's a second?
It's a second. So you see that?
Yeah.
And so that is why when people look at pottery and they go, "Ooh, that's too high. It's too expensive." There is a lot that goes into it, and you're hoping. You're just on a wing and a prayer when it comes to it. So, and when I have to look at this, of everything that I just finished pulling out, I say probably about 72 to 75% of it actually came out really well. And the rest of them. So, and I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces out of how many pieces was that I put in? About 42 pieces. 7 pieces came out imperfect, and so but still perfect.
Still perfect. I mean, they're
Right.
still sellable.
Right, they're still sellable, but just differently. Yeah.
Right.
So what I do is I go live, and I do a second sale for the pieces.
Well, you might not have to do that this time.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
And
So Karen,
you already live having your second sale.
Hey Karen, so how many more unveilings of kiln openings do you think you'll have between now and the end of the quarantine?
Probably 3 or 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit. I mean, like I still have jars and spheres, and I'm still creating. So it'll be 3 or 4. Yeah.
You're making spheres?
Yeah, when the jars with lids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I want to.
Very nice.
I can't wait to do the alcohol to that too. So, hey, girl, hey. So
it looks
cool.
like Nya.
Hey, Nya.
Looks like Nya.
Yeah. If Nya's my business partner, she's cool.
Oh.
Yeah, she's cool as all get out. The story with Nya is that back in like 1999, I was watching PBS. I saw her on TV, and she had this company called Richmond Pottery. I called my mom and I said, "Yo, Mom, do you want to take class?" And she said, "Yeah, I will." So my mom did it for probably, I say 2 years, but I think it was about 6 years that my mom did pottery with me. And then she said, I don't want to do this. I only did it because you wanted to do it. And I wanted to be a participant in the influence of your life. And I said, okay, cool. So I went on to do internships. So that means that I was cleaning up the muck and the mess that was inside of the studio. And then Nya, she gave me mentorship. And then she just got tired of owning the company. So she asked me if I wanted to buy it. And at that time, I was like, oh, no, that's huge. That's a lot of responsibility. I don't want it. I look back at it, and sometimes I'm like, yeah, I should have done it. And now sometimes I'm like, no, I shouldn't have done it. But at the end, she called me and she says, hey, do you want to go into business together? And I was like, me? And so from that point on, we have been friends for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, how many? 21. No, 22 this year. 22 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and she can cook some amazing Vietnamese food. Hey, oh, it's so good. Yes. But it's so interesting to how dealing with the cultures, how much cultures align. Because having soul food and having Vietnamese food is just different spices, but really the same thing. So like when she makes collard greens, she does collards with like fish oil and onion and tomato and bits of I think it's fried tofu, but it is like so good. So
Oh,
good.
wow.
The girl can cook. She can cook really, really well. I always look for it. So when she comes into the studio, she's always like, well, Karen, can you cook something? I'm like, no, you cook. Yep. So here's some of the last pieces, and
Very, very nice. I
Cool.
love that plum white combination.
Yeah, it's cool. It's very, very cool. That's one of the new glazes that I was working with. It's called Juneberry or June Perry. June Perry.
Poncho
What's the
sound
name
like
of
he
it?
eating something.
Well, you know, he might be having a cashew right now. Hey,
No, I'm doing more than cashews over here.
That's
what you
what I
doing? Some
thought.
rice? Quinoa? Quinoa?
He's over
Yeah.
there stuffing his face.
This
It's a
is
stuff his face
fantastic.
kind of sound. Mm-hmm.
So
Karen, those are beautiful.
thank you. So this is just the first bunch. The next bunch goes in very soon, probably like tomorrow, because they're over here waiting to be loaded, and then some are here to be loaded. But I'll be doing a time lapse tomorrow so that you guys can see me run through it. But and then I got to get set up for Friday because I have to do the appliques dealing with some of the faces for the platters that I'm doing. And so that Poncho can work around the faces that are going to be placed on it. So just trying to, I'm always thinking in advance of what the next thing is going to be. Yeah.
You got it going on, girl.
She does.
Merci beaucoup. Oh, he's so cool. And you know, sometimes when you look at pieces, do you guys ever look at your pieces and go, dang, that's me?
Yep.
Yeah, every now and then, but that's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you have moments where it's like, wow. I remember like with my bronze pieces, sometimes I'll step back and be like, who did that? That
is my mom goes, she looks at some of my pieces and she goes to my father, George, we made her. And I'm like, we made you, Karen. We made you. And I'm like, okay, Mama, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you making me.
Yeah,
that's sweet.
We thoroughly enjoy this unveiling. We've been waiting for you to come in.
We sure.
Thank you for waiting for me. I appreciate it, y'all.
We're like, we're Karen. We saw her pop in and pop out and pop in and pop out.
I popped in to let you guys know 9:30 I was gonna be here, so be ready.
Well, you were on top of it. That is beautiful stuff. Make sure you put my second to the side, and I'm going to purchase one of your other ones too.
Hey, that sounds
Try
good.
not to be greedy. I'm gonna let you at least get them out to the public first.
Okay, that sounds good.
I ain't get one of those darker. I want those darker color ones with the turquoise on it.
Okay.
That's me.
Cool.
I like that.
Somebody wrote, "I need that purple one."
I'm done. Done. Just send me, inbox me at or DM me and Facebook, or send it through Instagram, or send me an email, pottery902@yahoo, and I got you. But this is probably my favorite thing out of the calendar. It's always one thing that I always pick out, and I think the reason I picked this out is because of what my intentions were, and that was dealing with Sankofa. The only thing I didn't do properly was turn his neck off to the side so that or put a pearl in the back so that he could grab the stone to reach for it. But other than that, I still like him a lot. So I'll be sad to see him. Not really sad. Happy if he goes into a new place, but very excited that I had the opportunity to make him. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So on that note, I'm gonna peace y'all out.
Well, thank you, darling. That was a treat. We're looking forward to more of your unveilings, or what do you call them? Kiln
openings. Kiln openings.
All right, Karen. We enjoyed the kiln opening.
That was fantastic, dear.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too, y'all. Bye.
Bye. And that was pretty fabulous.
Let's see. We got to see how Michelle is doing up there. How you doing, Michelle? Hopefully you have.
Oh, she's got a new picture.
Unveiling.
This is actually honestly, today was great. I got up a little bit later than I wanted, but then I was I was gessoing canvases.
We can hear it in your voice, Michelle.
I know.
Yeah. And kiddo came back from school much happier. So everything's good now and we're all good. And
Did
I
you?
carved.
Oh,
What's that?
did you get a chance to see Karen's unveiling?
I was watching. Yeah.
Crazy stuff. What did you make, a rubber stamp out of that?
Yeah, I made a rubber stamp at one of my pop prints. I only got about one carving in me a day because of my carpal tunnel's acting up just a little bit. But I was really happy with it, and I can't wait to use it. Let's see, I had my experiment sheet with it, but
Karen, do you ever use the copper gloves?
Michelle.
I mean, Michelle, do you ever use the copper gloves?
I've tried different things. Honestly, I've gotten it mostly under control. I used to be really disabled by it. It's only flared up because I spent a late night a couple nights ago trying to edit video, and honestly, that was it. Like I lifting weights, and I went to an occupational therapist. Huge difference.
Oh, okay.
I cannot recommend occupational therapy enough. They helped me work out what I was doing wrong and fixed it. But the other thing that I was working on, it went faster than I expected. I was actually going to ink this for my presentation, but then I inked it while there was an unveiling, and I wasn't expecting it.
It's really pretty.
Very nice. You got a nice, delicate touch with your stuff. I like that.
Yeah, I love seeing. Like I was worried that the texture would be too loud, but then I added the white gel pen, and it worked. It works so well. But I meant this to be 8 by 10, and that means I have to fill this space. I think, but I don't know.
I don't know. I think it looks really nice.
Yeah, I want to cut it down because this piece I'm going to like I said, I bought some resin, but I wanted to mix a few pieces at the same time. So I was going to do that this weekend when there's no one in the studio building. It's a very, very low VOC resin, but I still don't want to anyone to complain it's stinky. And what was it? I'm going to spray this a couple times, make it waterproof. I'm going to mount it onto an aluminum board and then coat it with resin, which will change the finish. So I only want to do one watercolor paper at a time or at least one watercolor paper for my first time. Because what if I don't like the look? But I've seen it on other people's work, and I enjoyed the finish. I thought that it looked pretty cool.
Very, very nice. It's wonderful watching your whole process, and it's wonderful watching you experiment.
Yeah, that feels really awesome. And I can't wait to use this thing. I haven't gotten to use it yet other than my test stamp, but I was very happy with it. It looks very realistic. And I plan to do both using it as a stamp for, acrylics directly, but I also thought about using the texture medium and then stamping it into the texture medium and then letting that dry.
Nice. Well, I'm going to be sending you a couple of sheets of paper to work on.
Oh, I'd love that.
Yeah, my next batch, and because a lot of the papers look like what you're actually working on now. So we'll see what you do with them.
Oh yeah, I look forward to it. This one was inspired because it looked like a forest scene to me, and it was an accident. But I love the way that the Payne's gray kind of looks like it's a sky with forest there.
Very, very nice, Michelle. Keep in love.
So I should show one of my ambitions. One of my ambitions, I've got a couple of these that I purchased to paint on a while back when, we're talking back in May. They're leather.
Wow, that looks like that'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I thought it was perfect for Corona times. And I wanted to do maybe a fox's eyes here and then butterflies coming up the brim, but I hadn't decided yet. I was going to try out some different test sketches.
That is so cool.
Yeah, I found them on Amazon a while back. They did have to be shipped, so they took forever because they had to be shipped from China.
Okay.
They might be faster now, but they are real leather, and they weren't crazy expensive. The other one I have is black.
Wow.
Because I want to do some sort of galaxy design on it, but
Well, I can't wait to see those. Those are going to be awesome.
Yeah, I really want to challenge myself to finish those before the end of the quarantine, so that because
Guess what, Michelle? You got 20 days left.
I know I keep telling myself that, but I'm also feeling more
correction.
confident.
19.
Well, you know, the pressure's on. It's cool. I'm feeling more confident now, though. It had been a while since I had been doing traditional media with parenting. Honestly, I had really went all into digital, not because digital is my favorite, but because digital paint doesn't dry. So yeah, you can always put it down and walk away. And if you don't know what you were doing, you can hit undo.
That's right. You remember. Always back up. Exactly. I love that backup button, the reverse button.
Yeah, but I don't know. I was also kind of lucky because I had just started selling patterns on fabric when Corona started. I mean, not that Corona's lucky for anything. Like, it's bad, but like, it was a good time to start selling fabric.
Right. Well, I can't wait to see those masks. Those are going to be interesting.
Yeah. I was worried that they're really stiff too, though, so they shouldn't like bend the acrylic too much. And I paint so thinly that I can't imagine I'm going to paint it to the point where it's going to crack. I'm used to painting shoes.
I think the way you paint, you should be able to paint on just about anything. Yeah, because the way you work up in thin layers. So if it's going to not stick, you'll know right away.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. I was watching you paint. I'd never considered painting on plates or things that I found in the thrift store.
Grab something. Grab a piece of wood. Anything. Just grab something different. It's going to change your life.
I have done wood and tile, but I hadn't considered objects.
Look, I just watched you paint on metal. Okay. If you can paint on metal, you can paint on anything. But I want to see that black mask you had there. Woo! That's cool.
Oh, let me see. Where's the black mask? Did I miss it?
Yeah, you missed it. Show it to her.
Oh, yeah.
It's a leg doctor mask. Yeah, I've got a couple of them, and they're wearable too. I tried it on.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
You can wear it. You can wear it during the exhibition at Art for the Soul Gallery.
I don't know.
He was like, "Yeah, I don't think so."
My husband said he'll wear
I'm
it.
not going to be that daring.
My husband said he can pull it off.
There you go.
You can pull it off.
Works for me.
Sounds good. Well, we're going to let you go ahead and work for as long as you want to. I see you stretching that hand.
Yeah, I might take a break. I thought about sketching, but I don't. I think I'm still shy about sketching on camera. I think I could videotape myself, but I can't do it live.
Don't say you can't.
Don't think about it.
That's true. Thank you. You're right. And I'm trying to be more confident.
You have already come so far out the blocks from where you started. And so far, the bravest person has been Kathleen.
Yes.
She attempted to do oil painting for the very first time live.
Oh, wow. That is brave.
And she is probably more of a perfectionist than all of us.
And she did a fantastic job too. I really love that piece.
Oh, I missed it.
She showed the pieces this morning. I was like, now you got something. You would have never got that if you hadn't experimented.
That's awesome.
All right,
and I did send you some videos of me. I sent some videos of how I carved the stamp, and then I sent the video of the making of this particular paper.
Fantastic. Well, we'll be playing it tomorrow.
Cool.
All right, dear.
All right, Michelle.
Have a great one.
Good night now. What's going on, Ryan? You are just cutting up.
Ryan is over there cricketing.
Ryan is cutting up all of the board in the house.
Hopefully you're getting some good views of this machine. I've been experimenting with like filming different angles while this is going on. Yeah, I just did a time lapse. I think it turned out pretty good.
Great.
The goal is to finish.
I'm really intrigued by this this Cricut machine.
Yeah, I mean it's been a lifesaver.
Looks like something I should get in the studio just to play around with.
I know. I've been wanting to get a Cricut.
Yeah, they have plenty of them at Michael's.
I know. I've sat in the Cricut aisle for a while because I do T-shirts too, and I thought about, wow, I should get the Cricut for my T-shirt because you can do T-shirts too, and you can do stickers and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, just about.
I went to that website and saw all the different packages they have. It's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And the machines are pretty affordable.
Yeah, they're not incredibly expensive. Cricuts aren't.
Hey, Ryan, how long have you had this particular unit?
Since August of last year. And I've still only scratched the surface.
Have you had to change the blade much yet?
I've kept the same blade in, actually. I don't know if I'm supposed to replace it at some point, but I mean, it's getting the job done still. I imagine at some point within the coming months, I'll probably have to look at it.
Right.
But I don't know, it's being pretty successful. The blade itself is in there's two holders in here that are going. Well, only the B one is going because it has something in it, but the one marked A is where you would put in like a drawing utensil, and I think that it would be able to draw a design on something for you.
Okay. Do you draw on that machine much?
I actually have not done it yet. I've just been cutting this whole time. That's 7 layers down, 3 to go.
Wow.
That's a lot of layers.
Yeah, well, it's actually several different images with multiple layers, but they're all on this big piece up here. The goal is to finish it tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's this figure here.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Really, the only thing that wears down over time so far has been the mats, because they have like this adhesive on them that it just like wears down with the more times you use it. But it comes with multiple mats. It's the package I got.
So the boards that you're using for your stencils, is that a special Cricut board you have to buy, or can you put any kind of board in it?
You can put any kind of board in. There's many different presets for cardboard, even something as thin as tissue paper.
Wow.
I think you can etch into metal too. I'm not sure, or definitely wood.
It depends on which Cricut you get.
Yeah, I think that's the case too. Here you can see green here. Blue. I'm clicking on all the stuff I want to take out and save it as a cut image. That's my first layer of this new image. And then just a second, you can see each layer is going to have different amounts of detail. And I did this all in Photoshop beforehand, separating it into layers. I think this one has, yeah, 4. Yeah.
You drew those in Photoshop?
It's actually a photograph that I edited.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the original one here. This is more just so I have the edges to work with. See that shape there.
Well, Ryan, we're gonna let you do your thing, man. We're gonna keep you up on the stream.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else came in?
We all got room for Sheldon.
Waiting for Sheldon. Did LaShawn run out on us?
No, he's probably taking a break.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because his window's still up. That means he's still working. And what are you working on today, Poncho?
I'm getting ready to finish up one more of my ink drawings.
Oh, okay. Oh, Bristol board. He's using Bristol.
Nice.
How you doing up there, Ryan? I see you got your stencils in, huh? Can you hear me, Ryan? Oh, hold on. Let me unmute you. There you go. I see you got are your stencils all done? I see you're putting some up.
Yeah, they're all cut out. I just have to like figure out which colors I want to use and how I want to arrange them.
Okay.
Got like some cool blues.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
What you working on tonight, Sheldon?
Spray paint in the background, and just tried this trick effect. So it creates like a kind of a starry effect look. So I'm going with something a little bit more bright and a bit of a futuristic type of look.
Oh, okay.
Totally experiment, freestyle.
What are you over there working on, Pancho?
Oh, I'm just working on my ink series. Got a good flow going tonight.
Are you doing those on regular on paper?
Yeah, these are on paper. All spontaneous drawing.
Mm. Pancho, we have a question.
Sure.
It says, how did you curate this group of artists?
We did an artist call, and then the rest of it was a recruitment from the Springfield area. So I handpicked about 5 people, and 6 of the other people are from, I don't know if I did that number right. 6 are from abroad, and no, is it 6 are abroad? Yeah, 5 are abroad and 7 are local in the Springfield area. Nice. Well, everybody. We are at the 4:50 hour, 4 hours and 50 minutes. We are about to get ready to shut her down for tonight. And we are going to resume tomorrow. Ryan, that is looking hot, brother. You got some exciting work going on tonight, man. We will see you tomorrow, my man.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna send you some pictures of this other canvas I was working on.
Now, did you finish that piece, Ryan? Or are you still working on it? The one you just took down?
I think it may be done. I'm gonna take some pictures tomorrow when there's like daylight and see.
Man, that is really nice,
it's pretty
Ryan.
fabulous. Yeah, I really like that.
You are the man, Ryan. All right, my friend. We'll check in on you tomorrow and see how things are coming along.
All right, sounds good.
Have a good night,
Ryan.
And last but not least, our main man, Mr. Sheldon.
Mr. Sheldon.
In the house, he is working some mixing meat. Oh, he's got all the nice looking coordinated tools on the side.
Mm-hmm.
How you feeling tonight, Sheldon?
Feeling pretty good. Pretty good.
So, Sheldon, you're painting and pasteling at the same time.
Yeah. I want to see how the like the softness next to the hard wet gel look together.
Well, it's looking good, my man.
Yeah, you'll have to get us a picture of that painting you did yesterday. See how it turned out.
Yes. I'm working on it. I'm backlogging right now, so I'm trying to label them, the videos and the photos, and I don't want to just dump a bunch of stuff on you and be like, what to do with this? So just to give a better idea of what it is and when it was shot. But there's some content coming.
Okay.
All right, we will be looking forward to seeing what you got tomorrow and see how things are shaping up.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
All right, my man. Have a good night.
All right, Shelton.
Well, I guess it's down to you and I, darling.
Well, it's usually just down to you and I.
I think you and I should just have a all-nighter.
All-nighter, just pull it all night. All night long.
You open all night and let it roll. We got some folks signing off. Thank you so much for hanging with us tonight.
See you tomorrow, Carol.
Tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody out there, you see the artists are all in effect. We will be showing you more of what we've been working on tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
This is day 12, y'all.
Day 12.
Woo!
I know. I got to stretch my back a little bit.
Yeah, I might have to do more than stretch my back. But I'm going to stay here for a few more hours and work through at least till about maybe midnight, just after midnight.
Yeah, I'm going to do something different because this right here.
Yeah, that's not a great position to be in. You might have to do some standing artwork for a couple of days to make up for that.
I know, because I was, I got down to like just to the sort of edges, and I was like, I want to stop, but it's still tacky, so I'm gonna go ahead and finish up where it's still sticky, and then I'm done. I was like, I'm gonna take a few days off now.
All right, so you're gonna come back to the gilding. That gilding, you've been gilding that thing all day, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been working on it because I did some time lapse, and I still got, it's still got quite a bit to go. But you know what? It's progressing, and I like that. It's not up here anymore. Look, it's not up here anymore.
No, you making some great
At
progress.
least down there, yeah. So I'm making some progress on it. Once it's gilded, I think it'll go pretty quickly. But it's the gilding that's taking a minute, and that's okay. But I'm gonna work on something different tomorrow because I don't like to keep working on this. But it's been fun because it's given me an opportunity to really look at the face and see what I like, what I might want to change. And so it's really been giving me an opportunity to get to know this person.
Well, that's good.
And so to get a feel for it. So,
Well, we had another full day, lady. Tomorrow is another day. I will get ready to sign off, and we will same time, same station. If you're watching late and you missed the show, you can catch us on Facebook under Art of the Soul Gallery, and you can also find us on Creative Quarantine page. And if you get real bored and you want to see all 12 shows, go to my YouTube channel, Larry Poncho Brown. And you'll see all of the shows there. Okay. Until tomorrow, y'all. I can't believe it. We get ready to say the word 13.
13. I'm about to go put it up right now.
All right, my dear. We will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.